bad announcement.
Well, welcome to the stream.
Oh,
Hi, stream.
I announced that I was unmuting twice. Okay, you had time to decide if you wanted to keep speaking.
We missed you last week, stream.
Yeah, thanks everybody. We're back.
Is the announcement that I get to level up?
There's going to be an announcement at the end of the session,
Like
unless they go completely off the
one?
rails. No, we'll find
An
out.
in-character one? Oh, I hate when people do stuff like this. You're the worst!
You know what?
We
But it's
need
just
to
a few
talk.
hours. It's just a few hours, and then you'll know exactly what's going on.
It's 4
You know?
hours! It's 4! That's a lot of hours!
A handful of hours.
4 hours of mental anguish.
Would anybody like to say what stood out to them from the last session?
I'll start.
Yay!
Yeah.
Fucking Dakin's immediate. I'll pledge 1.5 years or 5 seasons. What was it?
5 seasons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
5 seasons. Out of nowhere, just dive on the grenade. That shit was crazy.
Was it
What a
out of
dummy.
nowhere? I think he has those vibes about him.
That's classic Dakin.
I wouldn't say that it was out of nowhere for Dakin. It was out of nowhere. Just I wasn't expecting it to happen.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was just like, oh shit. Oh, we're doing this. Okay. I dug it though. It's cool.
Who do you want to pick on next to say what stood out to them?
I want to pick on Dakin because I said his name, and that's my baby
Is
boy.
he there?
Is he back?
He's
I
not
don't know.
here.
Oh,
He's
he's
muted.
dealing with a
He's
house
still-
issue.
Yeah, I think he's still AFK.
Damn, that's
Pick
tragic.
someone
Well then,
else.
I pick
Yeah.
Vosty.
You always
Good,
pick
'cause-
him. You always
Yeah, you do
pick
it.
him.
It's a boys' club.
He's the only one you ever pick.
Yeah, as Ari said, it's a boys' club. I would
Okay.
like to point out, I remember the most Alara's commitment to the Autumn Court. That won't at all blow up in any of our faces, including hers, in any way.
Pico shy?
Yeah, we've completely solved that one. We did it, everyone.
Melancholy. Jade. Watch out for those ones.
Yeah, those emotions aren't fortuitous or crazy.
Who do you want to pick on, Vosty?
I will pick. Well, I was just talking about her. Let's do Alara.
What stood out to me was
Mhm.
the weird cooperative dream nightmare thing, and how at the end of it, Boasty did his thing that he can do, but he doesn't do it on command thing. Ripping the void to pandemonium. I almost said Pandora.
True.
That was exciting.
Rip in the Void sounds so 90s in like the best way.
Ripping the void, bro.
I mean,
Hey, what are you doing after class?
That's what the
Don't
Keanu
do
said in a
it.
movie. I
the
think
arcade. That surf movie.
that surf movie. Yeah, Point Break. He's like, "Yo,
Yeah.
man, let's go rip the void."
I love you
Who
guys.
do you want to pick on, Alara?
I wonder who I'm
boy.
gonna choose.
Ooh, Dagon.
My most
Yeah, Daggett.
my most adorable sister
Looks around.
Very.
Whoa, you picked on our younger sister.
Yeah, the young one. That's crazy. She's not even here.
I got okay. Hold on. I got 2 things. First of
Oh, shit.
all, we got in that dream basically like a part 2 to this prophecy that we've been freaking out about here and there. But also, I was struck with a realization when I had dinner with Tenta in real life that this entire time I've been so fucking confused because you guys keep talking about the summer court and this fucking letter. I wasn't there this entire time. I was like, is this just something I forgot? Like gaslighting myself, going back in my notes and being like, yeah, I'm sure it's in there somewhere. No, I just wasn't fucking there. I just wasn't there. I was gone.
Yeah.
Everyone's been talking about it, and I literally gaslit myself into being like, yeah, I know about it. Not a single one of you motherfuckers has told me in character what the fuck you're talking
Yeah, we
about.
have.
We have multiple times.
No.
The only people that were there were me
No,
and
no.
Valerius.
I was
You
about to say, I
told
don't know what
me-
you're talking about.
No, you told me that we had to do it. You guys never told me why.
Yeah, I said it was in payment for Fen when we went and got stuff.
The potions and stuff.
Yeah, we got a bunch of potions and we were able to get a deal, like a discount as well. I swear to God, we've said it in game.
Mm-mm.
I do remember
I-
that.
That's
I
my
didn't know that was
character.
what it was.
In all fairness, she had just like plane shifted twice. Well, you guys had a shopping episode.
That's fair.
ostensibly, So.
That's fair. She was getting sucked through the fabric of reality, and we're like window shopping at Forever 21. So
Every time it's come up, I've been like, yeah, we have to do that. Looks at my list. Uh-huh.
And further, when she did pop out again, you guys had just like gotten out of the puzzle house and were just like, what? And then had also been fighting the hag and were like additionally all what? And then when you encountered her, there were other werewolves trying to stab Skivrocks. There was a lot of confusion going on, and the order of events of what was really important to people did not place a letter to
I'm
the
just
summer court
saying,
very highly.
This entire time, I was like, yep, that's probably something I forgot to write in my notes. No.
I mean, like, as Alara has said, it's been go, go, go since we started. Like, we had 1 hour-long conversation together in the creepy murder house, and it's just been go, go, go.
Yeet.
But also, hey, that prophecy, guys, a bond once pure will turn to flame. It's probably fine. I actually think
Fine.
it's gonna be great.
Yeah,
Dakin's turn.
fine.
Dakin, what is
stood out
something
to
that stood out
you?
to you from last session?
Well, everyone stole everything I had to say.
Oh,
But I actually do think it stood out to me how Vosti was like, whoa, are you stupid? What do you mean you're giving up 5 months? And then basically willingly gave up 5 months.
5 months.
Got him.
Yeah,
And he
but
didn't
I
even-
didn't
he
do
even
it.
trade for anybody.
I didn't do it in the way that you were going to. You were just gonna be gone for fucking ever. I was just gonna be like palling it around with my homies.
it's
You're just
so
on
funny
double
to
dates
me.
and I'm like in servitude.
Yeah, exactly. I think my deal is way sweeter.
It's
I
so
think it's
funny
gonna
to me that you guys keep saying months, like 5 months, 5 months.
That's what the deal
It's-
was.
No, it's
No,
like
guys,
it's
5
seasons.
quarters of the
Oh,
year.
seasons.
like
Yeah,
all
yeah,
of the
yeah.
autumn.
Okay, so like
Yeah.
3 months ish.
And what is a season in
Nah,
autumn?
nah, 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 nah.
So, Valerius, do you have any predictions for this session?
Ooh. Something's gonna happen.
No. Good.
I think
Big if true.
we're gonna get. I have a feeling we're gonna get jumped by something. I don't know. I feel a combat coming.
I'm gonna get jumped. Fuck.
We're gonna get jumped by something in the woods, as always.
Okay. Do you want to keep going in the same order as before? Or do you want to pick on somebody new?
I'm gonna pick on Ilara.
I thought you were gonna say
Laura, what
Ghosty again as
predictions
a
do you
bit.
I was thinking about it. I was really thinking about it.
I never know because we go off the rails so often. I would hope that we make it to where we need to go to get to the summer court so we can hand this letter off and be done with that.
Mhm.
But I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Who do you choose?
I'm gonna pick Dakin.
Predictions?
I think that something fucked up has happened in town recently. Like we're gonna get here and it's gonna be like, oh yeah, the clock tower just blew up, or Something in like the last week or month terrible has happened here.
Okay. Who are you picking on?
I'm picking on Kenna.
Who? I think that we're gonna get introduced to this city that's basically sandwiched by the hazy mountains and Fey courts, and it's gonna be kind of wacky, but maybe also fun, and then maybe like sprinkle in just a little bit of trauma.
Okay. Okay. And who are you going to select?
Ah, jeez. Oh, this is a hard. I think I'm gonna go with Vosti.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
Good choice. Good choice.
I think that this is going to be a 4-hour shopping episode
Oh no.
because we got gold that's burning a hole in our pockets.
Do we?
Do we?
Oh,
Yeah, do we?
Oh yeah.
Do you just have gold
So
that I
much
don't know
gold.
about? Because I don't have.
Well, I
that
mean, I got
much.
like 350, but don't we still have like group gold that we just got paid off of?
We have
didn't get
1,000.
paid.
We got a
We
little bit.
did. Yeah, 1,027, homie.
That's
Homie?
baby money.
Baby money. We can kill off those gemstones. We got a fingy bone. We can sell a chainmail. Man, we
Still
roll
do have
one.
2 things I need to figure out what they do.
See?
Anyway.
I think I still have. I
Android.
think I wrote down somewhere that I have like gems, unless that was the gemstones. I
Hey,
can't
if
remember.
only my character went to wizard school and learned how to identify. Ugh.
Valerius. What
Yeah.
mood is your character in?
Man. Little apprehensive after signing off some months, some seasons.
Okay. Luckily you guys, you have 3 before you have to turn those in, and unless there's any more like great time fluctuations or anything, that'll probably be like an epilogue. So there you go. Because time doesn't get messed with very much in this game. Who are you picking on?
Gwen, what mood are you in?
I'm in a playful mood.
Oh no. I'll go with Fairy this time.
Oh, I just took a bite of my food. Hold on. God, that took me forever to chew. I think. Oh my god. How does my character feel? Bad. But like, not that bad. So I guess like normal for this campaign.
Perfect. Just slightly miserable is the way I like to leave all of my player characters.
Yeah.
Who are you picking on?
Ilara. It's a girls' club. Am I right?
Oh, yeah. Fist bump. I would say Alara is curious, maybe? Wondering how this pendant that she has is going to affect her shifting, because that's only supposed, well, depending on what time it is, we don't know anymore. Like 3 or 4 days, is it going to work? Is it not going to work? And her now binding to the court. Like, what's going to come with that, she wonders. Melancholically.
Oh no. Oh Jesus, don't say that. Oh no. Choose one of
That's
the words.
good.
Use one of the words.
Oh, the change.
Oh no, stop. Whoa.
What is happening?
You reminded me of what day it was. Who are you picking on?
I don't like this.
Did we just go backwards?
Yeah, by a week. I'm
Oh,
gonna
'cause
pick
of-
on my big brother.
We were in the.
Yeah, I guess. How's he feeling? That was the question.
Yeah, how's he
Mhm.
feeling?
I think after he was told that he unintentionally opened a portal, he's feeling pretty confused and maybe a little mad that he didn't know how he did it. And he's been trying to figure out how he can do it. Yeah. I'm sending this to Dakin now.
Dakin, what mood are you in?
Dakin actually feels kind of good that we have like moved forward. I mean, offering service and stuff isn't like fantastic. That obviously we don't love that, but like we asked for help, they helped us, and we got to leave. And I feel like he thinks that he chalks that up to a good experience with the Fae.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's like glad we're all together, no one's fucked up, and we're in like a real place.
Yeah, it is real.
Don't say it like that.
It is real. Let me just say, it is the 7th of Salashon, Field Day, a Friday, to our reference. Tomorrow, Very was taken to Grim Hearts. In 2 days, you fought the hag. But today, you guys are standing just below the dam of Ithathandra.
What do you mean?
Happy birthday!
Huh?
No, hold on. Wait. What?
So we're okay.
I just love and want to point out that literally 30 seconds ago, she said, time doesn't get fucked with in this game.
I mean, okay, think about it. We were in a subsection of the world that's like, Feywildy, so
Absolutely.
it's not unheard of that time is different. I didn't know it would go backwards.
I suppose it's not a bad thing.
Well, we don't know that though. We don't know
Yeah,
that
how-
it's the 7th.
Yeah, how do we don't know that.
No.
You
Is
could
it
know
really? Is it
How?
really hailing right now?
It is. The weather is not particularly pleasant, but it is daylight. There are moons, of which you guys are all familiar, that have some very predictable phases, and not all of them are only visible at night. So the sky looks about a week old from the last time you saw it and knew that you were outside of the Feywild. Well, at least a shadow-stained portion of the Thamarwin Woods, anyway. But in front of you, you see a enormous dam, and a road that sort of winds up alongside of it. In the distance, like very tiny from where you are, you can see people just sort of like walking along it. Some folks have like got harnesses on and are hanging off and are sort of like potentially doing some repairs or some cleaning. So there's people out and about here. Despite the fact that the rain and the weather is not the nicest. It's the little bit of hail that like is more freezing rain than anything else. So it's just kind of cold and uncomfortable. But you find yourselves here.
Well, all right then.
What?
Shall we get out of this?
This?
Weather?
Oh. Yeah.
Well,
when you say- when you say- Should we get out of this? It's like, okay, do you think that we're in something right now?
I'm just getting, you're just hearing metallic dinks as hail keeps bouncing off my armor.
Picks up some hail and throws it at you.
Drop kicks her into the rip. No.
Okay, hold on.
My goodness, guys. If you want to click over to the zone map just to kind of reorient you guys, you're basically just feeling maybe like a couple hours walk from the city proper. I'll force you guys over.
I think I've been logged out.
Womp. You also know, just from the updates that you received to your map, that you're actually fairly close to, you believe, maybe a boundary to the Winter Court.
Right.
For now,
Logged out.
interesting how that always seems to happen for one of us during game.
Guess we start walking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's try to get out of this. Let's try to get out of this.
Dakin, is your horse dead?
Don't talk about Rickert like that.
I'm walking with my horse. He's like walking beside us.
Oh, there he is. Never mind.
He looks pretty alive. Are you alive?
Sure hope he is.
Just checking.
You couldn't tell.
Sense still a lot. I just don't know. Not into husbandry. I don't know the ins and outs of animals.
As they're walking along, Alara like puts her hands up over her head to shield it from getting pelted in the brain with hail.
You guys have an option if you would like to like seek cover someplace.
You said it's like a few hours walk?
You
the town
think so?
proper? Do we want to post up somewhere so we're not walking in this? Maybe wait for a break?
I mean, we could go into the tiny house, but where would we put it safely so that nobody disturbs it while we're waiting?
Skivrox holds out his hands.
Could just, well, never mind.
We could actually just like hang out under like some trees.
Oh.
No, I mean, I trust Skivrox.
I'm not saying I don't, I'm just speaking in general.
I mean, it's
Well, while we
if you wanted to-
decide,
it's a little cold.
Alara ducks under the nearest tree while they're deciding what they're doing.
If you give it to me, I'll take you anywhere you want to go.
What do you
What do you
think,
guys
Boasty?
Well, then he's going to be traveling in hail.
I think
I would
he's
do
sort
anything
of.
for you.
Oh, he's volunteering himself.
I'm not gonna. You really want to? You're gonna get hurt.
Are you eating something?
Yes, I'm eating pocket peanuts.
God, you talk with your mouth full so much.
Whatever.
You
Stop.
you're worried that I would get hurt?
Of course.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't be able to get us to help you if something happened.
Oh, that's true. I just fling you up in a tree or something
Oh. Okay.
to keep you safe.
Aw.
Is that what? Or we could just find a bigger tree to hang out underneath, I suppose.
Excellent idea. You're the first person to say it.
Yeah. So you guys go in search of some better place to take shelter.
Mm-hmm.
As you're just heading in the general direction of the dam, because it seems more reasonable to go towards rather than away, you do see that once you make your way actually up the sort of winding path that switches back towards the top of the dam, the road that's there, a paved road, runs underneath a little bit of a tunnel, and that seems to be like a place that sort of the structure has been built out to the side of the road, and like a little makeshift pub / break room for the people who service the dam has been set up there. You can see, Dakin, that there is a compass rose on the wall, which would specify it as a traveler's rest as well. But it's out from underneath the weather.
Guess I'll head towards that.
We go there.
Yeah.
When you do, you again, there's people working. There isn't really anybody like in the space with you other than what looks to be a sort of makeshift bartender. It's a sort of cautious looking little gnome who is like very carefully stacking glasses that have been like cleaned recently, and he's trying to like make it so that like counter space wise they don't take up very much room, but that means he has to like build upwards, and it's just a little bit difficult for him because he doesn't have a step stool tall enough for his endeavors. And so that's what he's up to. He's not really paying attention to you guys as you step underneath. Although he does hear Rickart's hoofbeats, and he's like, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
he
Yeah?
looks over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Your new faces. Hello.
Yes, we are. Yes.
Hello.
I'm sorry. I just happened to notice that you can't quite reach much more over the bar. Is that a problem that you deal with
Well,
most time?
I'm just trying to tidy it up. I don't really like the way that it's usually set up, so I thought, well, since nobody else is here to stop me, I might as well do what I'd like to do and just make it a little bit more organized. Are you here to stop me?
No, of course not. Do you need a stool of some sort?
Well, I I have this stool, but it's just not tall enough, and I don't think it's safe for me to stack one stool on top of another stool.
How
That's
tall do you
true.
think the stool should be? Show me with your hands.
Well, he like holds his hands up like maybe like 2 or 3 more inches taller than it currently is.
I want to eyeball it. Try and maybe put my arm next to it for measurement.
Okay.
I've got it. And then I'm going to run out and I want to find a tree that's fallen over.
Uh-huh.
Seems to be thick. And I'm going to
Okay.
chop a section of it off into the length that he needs. I'm going to bring it back so that now he has a sturdy stool made out of a
Hey.
tree trunk.
Can you roll investigation for me?
If I can't find a fallen stool,
Can I help him look?
No. Just roll an investigation.
I got this.
Yeah. Okay. You easily, obviously, could find a fallen log. It was just a matter of like how long it took you.
Oh.
And hopefully it doesn't take that long. Like you're maybe gone like 5 or 6 minutes before you find like the perfect one and can chop it and carry it back in. The gnome is sort of looking at the rest of you while he's gone and is just sort of like
He'll be back. He's a rascal sometimes.
oh, okay. Are
Great
you
guy,
here to
great.
work?
Kind of. Not here specifically. Like this spot.
I don't understand what you mean.
We're in the area for business, but not this exact spot we're standing in. We're not working here.
Oh, you're merchants? And he like leans a little bit to try and like see your wagon that he assumes is out of view.
Not quite not quite merchants. Courier. Courier's a good stand-in term for lack of.
Oh. Actually, wait here. And then he
Shit.
jumps off the stool that he's on and goes like running off. In the meantime, you show up, Fosty, with your log.
Here you are. How's that?
He's grabbing
it's-
something. He ran.
He just took off.
Where'd he go?
He said he'll be back.
He said he'll be back.
He asked us if we were here to work, and I said kind of in the area, but not like right where we're standing. And he asked if we were merchants. I said no, courier for lack of better terms. And he said, oh, and then ran off.
Is he gonna ask us to deliver something?
I really hope not, if it isn't more than
Oh my god.
25 feet.
We should rename ourselves Dusk Delivery.
I think we should stop volunteering to deliver things. How about that?
Well, for the right price.
No,
Not for the right price?
I'm tired of delivering things. The idea of
Well,
it.
if
then-
it's in the way we are.
The gnome runs up with like a letter in one hand and like a 5 silver piece in the other.
Where does it need to go?
It's a Thondra.
Fine. To who?
Alenia?
Who?
Alenia?
Where do I find Alenia?
Haven't...
We don't
Well,
work
I guess
in-
I've never... Yeah, I guess I've never seen you here before.
Yeah, we're from like way out of town. We're like on a long distance delivery.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't
You'll-
know
you'll
who
find-
that is.
I see. Well, you'll find Alenia at the Starlit Lantern. She's the innkeeper.
Okay.
And my future wife, if all
What?
things
Oh.
go well.
Can you describe
Does
what
she
she
know
looks
that?
like?
She's the most beautiful woman in the world. She has long, dark hair.
Mm.
Her skin
Is
is
this a
like
love
cream and peaches, and she has the most elegant ears.
Oh my.
Yes, it is
Yes.
a love letter, but don't read it because it's got
Okay.
things in there that polite company shouldn't be reading.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, my
does,
man.
Does she? Okay, got it.
Unplanned. We are triplets.
I didn't say it. You guys can be twins.
Well, yeah. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Does she know that she's your future wife? Like, do you guys exchange letters like this often, or is this like a?
Oh,
Is
well,
this the 1st
I'm-
time? Are you opening up to this?
Is this your icebreaker?
I have declared myself a suitor to her, and
Oh,
she does have some other suitors, but I am very confident that I'm in the lead.
Is okay.
I
have
believe in you.
so many questions. I won't ask them though.
Are you sure? I love to talk about Elenia.
I hit him with him, Fairy. He had to open the door.
No, I'm good.
Did we get your name?
Did I have a name?
What did we ask it yet?
No,
No.
What's your name?
Rennis.
Rennis.
Mm. Rennis, the Eastern Foreman.
Oh,
You're the foreman.
Of the eastern side.
okay.
All right.
Means you're in charge. Is that correct?
Of the eastern side, yes. What are your names?
Val.
Okay.
Why are you laughing at me?
why,
He's
are,
like Mal.
why are you laughing at
Well,
him?
He's like Mal.
This is
Are
why I
you
don't go to
all
parties.
Val? Is that
No.
your group name?
Oh, we're the Dusk Watch.
The Dusk Watch. Oh, wow.
It's okay. You've never heard of us, and we
I've
understand.
never heard of you, but that sounds impressive.
Behind
This
his back,
got
he like high
rude.
fives with Very because it sounds so cool to say.
My name is Vosti.
Posty.
Very.
Alara.
Very. Just Alara, not Valara?
No, I'm the peach one.
You are Peach. You not as peach as my true love's cheeks, of course, but you look nice.
I will forever be devastated by that comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, Alara, and she'll like reach out and like grab her hair.
What? And she like swats at her sister's hand.
What did you do to your hair? How did you have time to do this to your hair?
Do what?
You have like colorful streaks in it.
Huh?
Well, I mean, it's really only 2 colors, but
And she's like, you know, when you try to look at something on yourself that's in a place you can't see, she's like turning her head, trying to look like that's gonna make it happen.
You have a
What do
mirror?
you?
Yeah.
Let me look in my bag.
I actually think I might.
Come here, let me look in your armor.
I just turn.
It's
what the-
tarnished, you
Rennis
can't
looks
see
up at
shit.
Dakin.
What the hell?
His
Alara-
attention sort of split between what they're doing with Alara's hair and him. He just looked like glancing back. Dax.
Do you guys have the usual rate
Usual rate?
Usual rate for the
for your courier
couriers?
services?
Oh, yes. And she puts her
Okay.
hand out.
He sets the letter in her hand and then puts the 5 silver piece on top.
Thank you. I put the letter in my bag.
He holds out his hand.
I shake his hand.
I need a
Pleasure doing
receipt.
business.
I don't have a receipt.
Hold on. I think I have some
Stop
paper.
moving! I can't see when you're moving.
Sorry,
I've got it. I've got it, brother.
I'm not the
Hold.
receipt carrier.
Hold still. I'll write the receipt.
And then he'll pick up the stump, put it on the bar, makeshift bar, take out his dagger, and he's gonna carve a straight line from left to right, and then he'll make a circle, a big circle in the middle, but a half circle, and then he'll draw some lines coming out of it, and then he'll should I do? Should I do?
You should do whatever you want to do.
I'll just leave it at that, and then I'll put it back.
Doing this, I'm gonna use my calligrapher's supplies to like write something up behind him secretly. But like not super secretly, but just like I'm like watching what he's doing and I'm like a little embarrassed, so I'm like, oh fuck, and I'm like trying to write up a receipt.
And then he puts it down on the floor. And he goes, "There you are. There's your stool for reaching higher, and that's our insignia. I just made it up.
What?
But I asked for a receipt.
That's our receipt. It's good as gold.
I don't want a good as gold receipt. I want a good as my letter receipt.
You know what your receipt is,
How good
Rennes?
is-
When we deliver the letter and she gets back to you at how in love she is.
How good is
But-
my receipt I've just made up?
Thank you. Is he new?
Yes.
The training.
You know when you have a
Chop your-
business.
Oh, Boasty! It's
You know when
it's
you
like,
have a
Alright.
business and you've got family members who want to help
Oh.
out, and so you let them.
Yes.
Yes, he is like. he's
Yes, I
not-
know that exactly.
Yes, like he's not really like a courier per se. He's more like the muscle to protect me on my route.
Oh,
'Cause as I said,
that,
it's a very long distance job,
I understand.
and as you can
This
see,
is a
I'm very frail and tiny, and I need help.
Well, you're not that tiny. This is a very nice carving. Thank you. Wait, did you say I could? Oh, this is a perfect height to climb on. And he does so, and then like finally places the last two glasses, and is like, doesn't this feel better?
You're welcome.
Feels great.
Thank you. Well, are you thirsty?
I'm good for now, personally.
No.
No, I always carry apple juice on me.
Oh, I see. All right, well. He takes one of the glasses that he just placed on the stack and then climbs back down in order to fill himself up a pint. And well, my break's over. You guys, I guess, can stay here as long as you want to.
All right, thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Wait,
Oh.
before we
Oh.
go.
What? Yes.
We're not going. He's
Can-
going.
Well, before someone departs, can you tell me what the day is?
Field day.
Which?
Like, what day of the month is it?
Yes.
I'm not a witch.
Don't make me laugh when I'm
He's
arguing.
a witch.
Burn
Wait,
her!
what? What do you mean? I'm just a foreman.
Witch
It's the 7th.
of.
Salashon. Coming this moon day is the Festival of Threads.
Wait, what? This may seem like a weird question. What year?
3108.
Okay.
And so you're saying that the Festival of Threads is in 3 days.
That's correct. Not counting today.
Alara just sighs, looks at her siblings and Dax. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Goodbye, forever.
What?
What?
He just sort of like one of his feet like slides back an inch, and then he just backs away from you guys because now you've been weird, and then
Now we've been
eventually he
weird.
turns and sort of scampers off.
Alara grabs one of her colored strands of hair and like holds it up. Do you think this has anything to do with the deal that I made?
Undoubtedly.
Probably.
Oh, great.
If you didn't do it, I don't have another
Wait,
explanation.
You were just with me an hour ago?
But that's what I'm saying. It's kind of a little obvious that it has to do with that because when did we have time to go to a salon?
Okay, but also, you realize what he just said today's date is. That was a week ago.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
Shit.
Well, you know what they say. Time is soup.
A week ago, we hadn't even fought Drulissa.
Oh,
A week
Shit,
ago
that's
was
right.
your birthday.
shit, that's right. God, a lot's happened in a week.
Well, do you think that it...
Just purely for clarification, a week ago and a month ago was their birthday. Because of the flicker, you guys jumped forward a month. Because their birthday is on the 7th of Idwathis, and it's now the 7th of Salashon again. So basically, you guys have been put back to the start of when you perceived the flicker to have occurred. You're just not where you were when that happened.
You don't think anything that we've done has been undone, right?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I mean,
Oh, no. No. I just remembered something. The little fox, whose name I cannot...
Mary Vane.
Remember when he came through that, like, portal from a different plane and was like, I haven't met you yet.
So are there others of us in a different place right now from a week ago?
Maybe. Where
Perhaps.
would we have been exactly a week ago?
Well,
This was before Very went away.
We just talked to Mom.
You were
Had
in
we?
Inamar.
yeah, we were in
Because-
Inmar.
Because Mom... Because I told Mom that you guys knew about me. We went downstairs at the inn. We had your birthday celebration. I gave you those little wooden figures that I carved. We went through the mirror maze.
Well,
So we
yeah,
hadn't
but...
even killed the vampire yet.
No.
This was after that.
This is after that.
No.
We did all that.
Mhm.
This is like just before we were going to the hag. And then I went into
yes.
a room and disappeared. And I cannot speak for what you guys did after that, but... Anyway, what I'm trying to say is I don't think that it changes anything that happened in that length of time. I think it's just the way that time passes and interacts with that place, with the Autumn Court. Because, wow, I mean, yeah, Mary Vane still brought us to the gloaming. He just, that other Mary Vane didn't remember doing it because he was not on the same time.
Can I try to cast sending to myself?
Yes.
Ooh.
Are you just gonna do it and not tell us that you're gonna do it?
He's just attempting it without saying anything out loud.
Wild man over here. Wild man.
Cool.
God, haven't you seen time movies?
I think all I say. Very's gonna be okay. Watch out for the bridge.
Can you give me
Watch
a
out for the what?
Constitution save?
Unsave? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be okay. Fuck.
Oh.
I'm gonna reroll that with inspiration.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you that your target is 20.
Oh.
Mhm.
Damn.
Well, that's not a 20.
These
that's an
D&D gods know what's
8.
up. What? Oh no.
Are you fucking with the time stream, Dakin?
You take 48 psychic damage
Hmm.
as the spell reverberates, like it just keeps bouncing back and forth inside of your head, and you feel it launch outwards, but then come slingshotting right back towards you.
Have to 24 because I'm resistant to psychic damage.
No,
I think
you can't resist this.
No.
I had a feeling she was
Oh.
gonna say that.
She's like, no.
The way she said it killed me.
She's like, no.
He kind of said it with a smile on his face, like a questioning smile, and she was like, no.
No.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
I think if he's doing that silently, Vosti would have started to think and go, you know, it would be interesting if we could send a message to
Well, he can't.
what's her
As
name
you
who
say
ran
that,
away.
blood erupts from Dakin's nose and he falls face first onto the ground.
Oh my god, no, don't do
fucking
that
God.
then.
Guys, sending does have a verbal component to it. He couldn't do it completely silently.
Well, I meant like while he was going to try it, he might have said it as Vosti was saying, because I was literally about to say we should send a message to what's her nuts to not run away, to go after your girlfriend.
Well, regardless of what they're saying, he drops down because homie's bleeding from his fucking face now. Buddy?
Can I
What did you?
flip him over?
What happened? Is he choking on his tongue?
Flip him over.
I'm like-
I can lift him.
Yeah, like
Oh.
I'm trying, like
Flip
actually
him.
trying to make sure like he's okay.
Yeah, I want to check on him. And do a medicine check. Or
ahead.
Arcana or something.
He's
Either
just
one
like
will work.
laying on his
I'll
back,
do-
I'll
starfish.
just try this. Ooh.
I tilt his head. Know what you do? Oh.
You are both aware that he basically had a spell backfire. And because it was not like an evocation sort of spell, because it was more of a cerebral type spell, it probably just like fried his brain a little bit. He should be fine, but he needs healing or rest.
Can I use my healer's kit to do any healing?
I'll
Not in this case, just because it's not physical. But you can like tend to his bleeding nose.
Do I get the feeling he'd benefit from some lay on hands?
Yeah, magical healing would probably have a good effect.
I'm gonna put my hand on his shoulder and kind of like help him up to his feet, and he'd feel like a warmth kind of pass through the touch. I'm gonna give him 20 hit points.
I pour a healing potion down his throat. I'm helpful also, that. Me, too.
Thank you, Valero.
Swallow.
Don't-
Time to stand up.
Don't spit it up. It's supposed to also, it's helpful.
Is it?
I don't know what just happened to me.
The word ran out of your mouth
spreading.
before you could
It's
say it.
spreading. She's
I thought I was the one
getting it.
having a
She's
stroke.
going
I
down.
take psychic damage. I fall over. The sending went
contagious.
to my brain. Jesus.
Are you all right? What happened?
I don't think magic likes talking to yourself through time.
Okay, noted.
Go ahead, Fairy.
Well, I think you. Have you never. Oh my god. You can't send to yourself. You are yourself.
Yeah, but if there's another myself,
No, but you're yourself and you're present in this moment and you know yourself as being your. Do you know what I mean?
think so. But
Like when you're sending a message to yourself, you're sending a message to the you that you know, which is you right now.
but I also know me from then.
But that's also you because you went through that.
Well, Laura just looks super confused and like, what the hell is going
I'm
on?
just looking back and forth.
Like
between
you were present in that moment, so you are that version of yourself.
He's like wiping the blood off his face.
Hope that
I
helps.
didn't even get to tell myself to sell my carriage.
So you're saying my plan to message Lexus might still work? But then what would that do?
I don't think
I
that we
assume it
should
would just be
try to
Lexus
change
now.
anything.
Yeah, I have to agree.
I don't.
Maybe.
Be,
Hey guys, that fucking sucked.
could be that a fallen tree must fall untouched unless the whole forest goes down.
Well, it's just you don't know how that would alter the course of events and if it would have a negative effect. And also, like, we successfully took care of that situation, so I don't see a need to change it.
So do we think that Drulissa is still dead?
Well, it will be. Because it's happened.
The merry vein of it all.
Is that what we're calling this anomaly? The Mary Vane effect?
I
Yeah.
mean, essentially, the version of him that came out of that portal just hadn't met us yet. But he said that he would, and he didn't seem concerned about it. He was just like, yes,
Didn't-
oh, I'll meet you in the future. See you then.
I do wonder, though, if what has happened will always happen, or if there's a way for us to change things.
Are the past us's going to be experiencing this right now, a week from now?
Well, it stands to reason, since we are right now.
You know, I really like to think that I'm a somewhat intelligent individual. This hurts my fucking brain.
You too, good. It's not just me.
I'm kind of comforted by it.
I
In a way.
honestly, I feel fine about it.
Yeah.
I think that
don't
I've
know why, but I
rationalized
do.
it.
Yeah, I think I'm just okay with it. Everything is fucky.
I
And
think we all
if
just
everything's
have, like-
fucky, we can just be okay with
Well, no,
it.
that's what I mean. Is like I'm okay with just letting it be, but like the idea of trying to think through every possible of how, that just ain't gonna happen with me.
Yeah. It's best not to think about the how or the why. Let's just
I'm-
move forward with the what.
Do we leave past, future, dacking a note not to try to send a message to yourself with Rennis?
No. We have to experience everything as it is.
No, because then
Well-
you would be leaving that with this Rennis that we just. It's not
Yeah,
the same.
right. It's not past
time.
Rennis. Mm.
Right, but we just say hold on to this letter for a week.
No, because it happens on this day. It doesn't happen a week from now. It happens today.
Like, if anything, we'd have to run back down the road, leave a message that we think we would find, and then it says, "Don't send a message to yourself."
But we still won't have carved
won't-
the message until today.
Oh,
be
you're right.
there.
Yep. No,
Won't
it's not
be there.
possible. It's not possible. Yep.
Correct.
Skivrox's nose starts bleeding and he falls face forward.
What did you? What?
Skip
It's
rocks.
just so complicated.
I pick him up and I wipe the blood from his nose.
Skivrox, can you send a message?
No, I don't want to have my head explode too.
Oh, you just
This
had a
just
regular
happened.
headache.
He's just
Yeah.
really confused.
Oh my god. All right, let's.
I put him
Sort of
on
hailing.
my shoulders.
He's thrilled. It's still raining a bit, but the weather, the hail has lightened up.
Well, should we just start heading there?
Just leave. Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh.
Hey, B.
I mean. Yeah. No. I mean, I guess we should just kind of continue on.
Another worker wanders by, very confused about her
Talking
schematics.
Animal Crossing.
Don't worry,
I
we're
think
just as
like
confused.
Animals were crossing back there.
I
Why
know
are there
that we're
credits
supposed to
rolling in
put
my
in a-
schematics?
We're supposed to have a bridge going across for squirrels. I just don't understand why it has to be on this side. What the fuck?
The squirrels are over there.
All right, I guess let's get going.
Hey,
We head.
you
there.
guys walk for hours and hours and hours. And the walk is not an easy one because you are definitely in the foothills. So you are like walking up hills, down hills, using switchbacks. But as you're getting closer to the city of Ithithandra, like you're just sort of seeing it kind of like revealed in teases, like it's some of the spiring towers.
Did you also add your
Um,
10 from my healing potion?
Oh, I did not. I'll add that.
The spires, and then you'll go down into a hill and it'll all go out of view, and then you'll see a little bit more of the towers and it'll go down out of view. The mountains they feel like, even though they're still in the distance somewhat, they're so tall and they're so close, it feels like they're kind of just like curving up over the top of you. But eventually you sort of reach a crest and can look down and across Ithithandra. And well, let me ask, like, when you guys were thinking of Ithithandra, had you pictured anything in your minds?
No.
No.
And you are not necessarily startled, but it is not a small city. It's actually bigger than most of you guys have
Goddamn.
encountered before.
Oh, wow.
And it just sort of rises up along the mountain face of the Midiranis, just sort of heading up in towards the haze. And it's just so large. It looks like a very interesting mixture of architectures because there are pointed spires and very what we would consider like Gothic, mixed with these domes and tiered levels that seem very elven or fey, as you've recently discovered. And they're all just kind of mishmashed together. And there is a variety of construction that just seems very, very old and also not like brand spanking new, but much more recent. So this city is one that, although it has been somewhat isolated from the rest of Andromea, it is not a city that is not thriving. It does not look like a city that has just sort of been wasting away. As you are getting closer to it, there is a gate that surrounds it, and you can see what seems to be just like a number of travelers coming in and out. There's sort of like this contingent that is just ahead of you, that their presence is sort of like standing in front of an air conditioner where there's just cool air sort of flowing back towards to you. I guess that is the way that I want to phrase that sentence. It just sounds weird to me out loud. And they're all these very beautiful, very similar looking fae with long white robes, walking behind a carriage where it's kind of like a Cinderella carriage, where the carriage portion of itself just looks like a round bubble that has been frosted over, so you can't see what's inside of it.
I'm never gonna fucking find Alenia.
This is
Well-
so big.
We have a name of the tavern.
The inn?
The inn, yes. I can't imagine that people don't know how to get there if we ask directions.
There's just so much.
There is. This is a little overwhelming. Like I've never been somewhere this big before.
Neither have I.
I don't even know what to do.
Is there someone
When-
walking near?
Yeah, there's a couple of different people that are just sort of like walking both towards you, like they're leaving the gates of the city. You have this contingent that's right in front of you that's sort of chilling the air around you. And then there's some people that like are joining behind you in line.
And we're like waiting to talk to a guard or something.
You seem to be.
Looks like we'll just wait.
It's, your natural instinct is to line up, and so that's what you've done.
Let's just ask a guard when we get up there, and then he can send us in a direction.
All right.
You guys are sort of like moving forward in paces at a time for about 30 minutes until the faction that's in front of you with this bubble carriage gets to the front. One of the robed figures breaks off from the rest and speaks with the guard. The guard sort of stamps a couple of things, hands some papers back to them, and then signals. And then above this tall gate, some trumpeters suddenly like pull out these huge long trumpets and basically blast a fanfare out over the city. And then the gates open in order to accommodate this carriage going through, and they go through, and then the gates like close part of the way in their wake as you guys approach. It didn't fanfare every time somebody else went in. It seemed to be just for that particular group. When you get close, the guard looks up and says, hello.
Hi.
Hello there.
Hey.
I'm taking it you waited in line to get into Ithathandra.
Yes.
Can I get your names, please?
Well, we're the Dusk Watch, and my name is Very.
Valerius.
Vosti.
Alara.
Second.
Are you seeking an audience with anyone?
No.
I don't believe we are. No.
Nope.
Okay. Do any of you represent any of the courts?
No.
Like the courts of law or the sport court
The Fey
in the
courts.
region.
He Dakin glances at Alara and shrugs his shoulders.
And like, why would
Yeah.
that be important to disclose? Such a sign of what? Just asking.
Just because there's practices in place.
Oh,
I'm kinda, sorta. I'm new at
Oh.
this.
Okay. And what court are you an ambassador from?
The Autumn Court?
Oh. He seems kind of surprised, but he like writes it down and you were Laura? Okay. And he throws up his hand and the trumpeters like bellow out like a new
Oh.
fanfare that seems like it seems like a funeral dirge. And then he's just like, "Well, welcome. Enjoy your time in Ithathandra."
Thank you.
oh, by the way, we're looking for
Yeah.
a particular inn. Valerius, what was it called?
The Starlit Lantern Inn.
Oh, okay. It's kind of funny that you guys are the Dusk Watch. It's in the Dusk District, so
Huh.
you want to follow.
Stop.
Alara
Kind of
elbows
funny, not
Vosti.
that funny actually.
Oh, right.
You want to follow this road until you get to the Colosseum, and then you want to head right.
This road, Colosseum, to the right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Do we need to have another fanfare before we leave, or are we dismissed?
No, she's already been announced.
All right, let's off we go.
As soon as we get past the gate, I just smack Boasty on the arm.
What? I'm having fun.
No, you
New
are,
city,
no,
new us.
You come off so rude sometimes.
It's not rude. What's that? How is that rude?
You question
asking questions.
everything that that person is just doing their job.
I'm asking questions as to like what
Also,
it means. I'm
are
not
you
being
an
rude.
ambassador, Alara, or are you just bound to them? Did we just do
I
something
don't-
bad?
I don't know. I mean,
That's
they
why I was
didn't.
asking questions.
They didn't say ambassador to begin with. They just
didn't.
said they said, "Are you a representative of the court?"
But
Which
are
is
you a
technically
representative?
true in a way.
I
Part of
mean,
it, I guess.
I admitted I said kinda, sorta, but I'm new at this.
He also
So
didn't expand and ask any questions, so it's on them for assuming that perhaps.
Well, I
You're an
don't know if
ambassador.
that's on them when they said, "Which court are you an ambassador for?" And then she answered the question.
We cannot
Well,
be
that's
held
why-
liable for a man blowing his own trumpet.
That's why I
He's got a
was
point.
trying to ask questions. I wanted
That-
to
you
know
did-
exactly why I was asking the questions and you were telling me to stop. That's why I just wanted to know why, what he meant. Was it different? And
I don't.
what did it
think that
mean?
Your question would have answered the question.
Not one question, but I was getting there. I can't just ask
I mean-
5 in a row.
Let's be honest here. Do we think somebody's gonna show up and be like, "Hey, you said the wrong thing at the gate. I'm going to kill you." You know what I mean?
How do
Like,
you
I don't.
know that somebody wouldn't? You You don't really know.
You know what?
that.
That's fair. That's
You don't
valid.
know
That's
that.
very valid.
You
don't
That's a very
know.
valid thing.
Listen, you couldn't predict anything that's ever happened to us on this entire journey, so
I can predict what's going to happen in the next 10 seconds.
I
Listen,
don't care.
I said I didn't know. I was new at this. So what they inferred from my statement, that's on them. They didn't ask clarifying questions. We'll just roll with it. Change.
it's
Change is
probably-
coming.
I think it's probably because people know when they are those things.
I told them I was new at this.
But do you know what I mean? Like, they're not gonna ask you clarifying questions because usually people who announce themselves like that, like they know that.
Valid.
Yeah, but can't also any guy walk up and go like, "I'm the Duke of Fucksburg"? Right?
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of him questioning, to be
fair,
honest.
again-
He just took it. He's like, all right,
Again,
sure.
I feel like that was all just for the people up on the wall or around
Well,
with the
but
trumpets. Like, I don't think it
this
matters.
also brings it back to that guy was just doing his job.
Exactly. Like, being announced as something, I think, is a lot different than us coming in and being like, I am the ambassador of this place, give me special treatment. Like, we're not, you know?
Yeah, I think they're just generally worried. It's more of a respect thing because they're worried to piss off the courts. So they
Yeah.
do a little ba in case someone's a fae walking into their city.
I don't know. You
I
don't
think
know
we'll
who
be okay.
listens to that stuff.
I think we'll be okay. If it becomes a
We'll
problem,
ta-
we'll deal with it when
yeah,
we get
we'll
there.
take it as it comes, like we've been doing this entire time.
Just maybe if somebody asks us again if we're representatives of the courts, we'll be real specific.
Just say no.
Yeah. That's why I said no.
That is
The
why I
city-
was saying to stop asking questions so we could just say no.
The city is bustling. There's lots of different smells. There's food carts lined up along the road. Different businesses and shops that are open with different perfumes and aromas sort of flooding out into the streets. There are entertainers sort of like finding places that are not quite in the pathway of everybody walking in order to put on little performances of juggling or acrobatics or busking music. And it's just there's sights to see everywhere that you guys go. But because it's so big, it's also very easy to just be having a conversation amongst yourselves without standing out. You're not talking any louder than anybody else. In the distance, you can see an enormous circular building starting to kind of take up the landscape, which you can assume to be a coliseum, since the road is heading directly towards it per the guard's direction. And as you can definitely like sidestep to see if there's anything of interest for you, or you can just keep going and heading on to the Starlit Lantern.
This is where we believe the gate to the summer court is, right?
We were told that, I believe. Look up real quick, hold on.
You did get information that there are gates within Ithithondra, and that the fastest way to get to the summer court from the gloaming court, where you were in the gloaming court, would be to go by Ithithondra.
That's what it was, okay. I personally think we actually cross something off our list for once and we go deliver this goddamn letter. Get some sort
And-
of thing, like some little victory.
And find a tailor.
And find a
Alara
tailor.
looks at Dakin.
Yeah, Taylor.
Yeah.
Alright, well then any opposition to the inn?
No, let's get this letter delivered.
get this letter delivered. We go.
You guys make your way, following the instructions, into the Dusk district. And it wouldn't really stand out to you other than like a single copper sign on the side of one building that sort of just marks the boundary to it, by just proclaiming Dusk district. It feels a little bit quieter here. People are kind of moving at a slightly more sedate pace. But other than that, like there's people are still doing businesses of different sorts. As you move in, it sort of opens up into a larger market and courtyard, and you see one of the buildings that is surrounding this is a 5-story, very narrow building that has a sign above it that is proclaiming it the Starlit Lantern. It looks pretty fancy. It's got dark blue awnings, and through the windows you can see matching like midnight blue curtains as well.
This is lovely. I start to look around the room for someone that matches Rennis's description of Linnea.
Oh, okay. So yeah, as you guys step inside, the interior of this place, like it becomes immediate that there's a reason it is called what it is called. Like, all of the textures in the space are that dark blue or just like jewelish variations of the blue, but all very rich and deep. And the flooring is wood, but it's been stained a black. The ceilings have been painted or laid over with something that seems like gold. And the lanterns that hang from the ceiling, they cast some light down, but the tops of them have been like inscribed with these patterns in these little tiny pinprick holes, which cast that light upwards. So it just looks like against this gold ceiling, there's just a bunch of stars shining down at you, which gives it this very sort of warm, diffuse light. The main area, which has some like cloth covered tables for eating and some sort of conversation nooks that are there, is arranged to surround a low stage with velvet curtains at its back. And you can smell from somewhere beyond like a kitchen that seems to be making something that would be a good smells hearty enough for a dinner. There is a front desk made of wood with a little gnome standing behind it on sort of like there's a like raised platform just behind the desk, so that way she can be seen over the top of it. Yes. Are you sorry, I wasn't expecting anybody. We have usually work off of reservations, and you don't look anybody like any. Sorry, let me begin again. I'm a little bit flustered. You have a horse. Welcome to the Starlit Lantern. How can I help you?
Valerius just gives her like a smile, like kind of amused by a little bit of the flusteredness, but very, very easy task that we were looking for. We were looking for a Miss Elenia. We have a letter to deliver.
Oh. She moves from around the counter and walks up to you. May I see it?
I take it out of my bag.
She takes it and inspects it, and she goes, "Oh, Rennis," and then she hands it back to you, and then waves you to follow her. She leads you sort of deeper into like this like sort of room towards the back of the main level, which is like completely set up for just entertaining. So there's long tables that wouldn't hold as many plates, but are good for like a bunch of people sort of sitting around and conversing, low couches and everything. And sort of having arranged herself in a chair to oversee this space, there is a woman. And the gnome approaches her and like sort of bobs a little curtsy. Miss Elenia, these are couriers sent to deliver a letter from you to you. Okay, they have a horse. I'm gonna go see about that and maybe just get it out of the front. Okay. And then she scurries off. And Elenia looks down at you.
Hi. I'm just here to deliver a letter to you.
Oh, what letter? I think it's lost in the mud back there.
I am going to
elbow
kill
him.
you if you interrupt me again when there's a woman in front of us.
Akin, when she becomes visible, tries really hard not to, but like busts the fuck up laughing.
Did you need to perhaps back off and then come back when you're prepared to
No, that's okay. Here you
complete
go.
business? Thank you. She reaches down and like she doesn't just take the letter from Very, she like takes Very's hand and then takes the letter from Very and then straightens up and she reads the front of it and kind of chuckles to herself and opens it and reads it and her eyes like widen just slightly and then she tucks it away. Thank you. Have you already been compensated?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, excellent. Are you staying, or do you have other work that you need to attend to?
Was that the trash?
No, it wasn't. I don't know what I said, but Alexa popped off. She was like, I don't know how to help you with that.
We don't know how to
don't know
help
what I
Most either, Alexa. We don't know how to help Most either.
No, Gwen, I have not been paid this month.
It has been 5 years since you have given me any sort of attention.
We're not staying here, but we'll be in town.
Well,
you-
all right.
Are you gonna write a response that I have to take back to him?
Are you heading back to the dam?
No, I don't think so. I was just checking.
Then I won't put you out of your way.
But you are gonna respond?
Of course.
Valerius looks weirdly so into this conversation, like he's actually genuinely involved now in what's going on
Yes.
between her and Renus.
Of course I'm going to respond. He's a suitor.
Yeah, he said you have a lot of those.
I do.
He also said, never mind. Actually, never.
What was
He
that?
talks
Yeah,
very highly of you
Yes, yes.
to
Well, I think-
strangers.
Oh, that's charming. I think very highly of him.
Is he in the
Insight
lead?
check?
Yeah, you beat me to
Go
it.
ahead.
Oh, damn.
There,
You got
I'm looking at the
inspiration?
stained glass window behind her.
Neither of you think that she's lying.
Sorry, I'm just a little nosy.
That's all right. We are about to serve dinner if you would like to stay for that.
That would be really nice, actually. We are quite hungry. I don't want to impose, though.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm assuming that you would be paying customers.
Well, yes. I just, you know.
Then it wouldn't be any imposition.
Well, the lady in the front said that you guys operate off of reservations, and well, we didn't reserve anything, so I just didn't know if it would interfere with business as usual.
Oh, no, not at all. She is somewhat new, but she is used to handling reservations. And we did just have a faction of the Winter Court come to stay, so.
Makes sense. Right. Well,
Mm.
yes, that would be great. And of course, we would be paying customers.
Well then, let me escort you back out to the dining area. And she just sort of unfolds herself. She's almost 7 feet tall.
Holy
Um,
I love
shit!
her.
And
Just
she
telling
just
for
like
Boasty.
very gracefully like moves between each of you and then leads you back out to the front half of the building. Are you new to Ithithondra?
Yes, this is our first time here.
Oh, well, I hope you enjoy your stay. Are you doing business as couriers here, or?
Oh, that's kind of like a side thing that we do sometimes.
I see.
We're just sort of passing through. I think there were a couple people we wanted to meet, but that's it.
Oh, well, can I direct your attention anywhere? She's going through and like pulling out a seat for each of you and then like scooting you in, which is, perhaps a unique experience for some of you. But she's being very accommodating.
Not that I
Can't-
can think of. Anyone
Yeah, nothing on the
else?
top of my mind. No.
Boasty, Ilara, Dakin.
You don't perhaps know a friend of mine that we're looking for, a man by the name of Greynote?
Reynode. Where is he playing? I think he might be in the Dawn District.
If I had to guess, would I be correct in saying that's on the opposite side of the city?
You would be correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Mm-hmm. She sets down menus in front of each of you and then laces her fingers together. Is there anything else that I can get for you?
I think we're okay.
Well, enjoy your meals.
As she walks away, he's gonna kind of watch her walk away. This is sound really strange, but
Ooh.
more so, he's just trying to get a read. Like does she look just like high elven? Like, is there any obvious signs or of like what she is? Because like he knows elves are tall, but I don't think he's personally ever seen a 7 foot tall elven woman before.
Mm-hmm. You can go ahead and roll Arcana or Nature.
I'll do an Arcana. That sounds fun. Okay.
She definitely has elven features to her. She had a crown that the way that it was, her hair was sort of hanging around it. It seemed more like many, many different tiny little horns that were coming from the sides of her scalp and that were just sort of woven together, as opposed to a crown that she placed on her head. And then her grace seems even more ethereal than elves that he has met. She's definitely a lot taller than his mom.
Okay. Just kind of, again, just like a curious glance as she walks off, but then turns back to the group.
I'll actually get up and take a few steps after her. Sorry, Elenia, one more thing.
Yes.
I've heard some stories, and I was hoping to maybe while I'm here get my fortune told by the Oracle. Do you know where she happens to operate from?
Just any oracle, or what stories had you heard?
I heard a story from another fortune teller about an oracle of Ithithondra. The oracle of Ithithondra, I think she said.
Ah, interesting. Yes, the Oracle, you won't find her in the city, but she is close by. You would want to leave the city and go north, not too far, but far enough that you know that you've reached her.
Okay, and she has some sort of cabin out there? Something like that?
That's correct, she does. She sort of looks Dakin over for a second and then reaches out and like picks up the pendant that is hanging, like his talisman that's hanging from his chest. You follow Lemoneth.
I do.
You shouldn't have any difficulty finding her. The place that she occupies used to be the site of one of his temples.
Really? Thank you. I very much appreciate your help.
Mm-hmm. When she gives him back like control of his talisman, she sets it against his chest and then like strokes his chest in order to sort of smooth it down, and then laces her fingers together in front of her again.
Jack straight blushes.
Anything else I can help you with?
Right, no, not right this second. Thank you. And he like spins on his heels and walks back to the table.
She retreats towards the back again.
When they're all seated at the table, like, and she can tell that there's like no other people like nearby or nobody looks to be eavesdropping, she like leans in. I didn't know if we wanted to ask about the gate to the summer court.
Maybe I'd let it simmer, being that we just got here a bit.
Dax slides back into the table. I did sort of just ask her a bunch of details about things we're supposed to be kind of doing covertly, so maybe we ask someone else about that.
Fair.
So apparently Grey Note operating in the Dawn district. She said something about him playing there. Maybe he's a bard.
Ooh. Well, he says this very quietly, but actually, never mind. I'm not going to say what I was about to say out loud. That tracks. And I'll explain why later in privacy.
I think I know what you're thinking.
He'd lean in and he'd cup his ear, or like his hand over Veri's ear if she'd let him, and he'd just kind of whisper to her like, well, if he's also kind of part of this like clandestine group we're a part of, it doesn't surprise me that he might be masquerading as like a bard. A cover.
I'm not reacting because she's not going to say anything out loud when he's whispering.
Yeah. And he'll pull back. And then kind of give a small shrug.
I'll do a little thumb.
And what I just asked her is about the Oracle.
Oh, yeah.
He said they live outside town north in an old temple of Lemoneth. He said I should have no problem finding it.
All right.
I think those are maybe some first steps anyway, and then we can do the whole letter thing after, because that'll be like a whole thing where we have to go even further. So we'll probably run into someone who knows. Or maybe we'll see our eyes. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I lost it halfway through.
It's fine.
For clarification, the pendants that we got, do they just open the gates? Do they direct us to the gates? I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, I didn't write that down either.
I believe one has a very specific purpose towards directing to gates. But all they are is they're just representative of the pact that you guys have made with the gloaming. And each has a unique capability.
Okay, so only one of us has the ability to direct us to the gate.
Mhm.
Okay, does that person know that you have the ability to direct us to the
I think
gate?
it was Vosti. But he just stepped away, so I don't. I'm pretty sure, like fairly certain that was the last one.
Yeah, he gets a sense for
Yeah, so I think
when
we'll
they're around.
yeah, I think we'll be fine in that respect.
Alara's kind of glancing at the menu as they're chatting. Do these menus have prices?
They do not have prices. They also don't have food in the traditional sense. What they have are things like a sense of excitement over a new belonging, or the feel of a first kiss, or warm socks, those sorts of things. They're sort of these very metaphysical descriptions of concepts as opposed
So we
to
can order
food.
feels.
Which one of them is full?
You're scanning through, and you do see a sense of a job well done. Eventually, a waiter comes to take your orders, whatever they might be. And when you're presented food, it doesn't look like it's food. And it looks and it smells delicious, but it's not anything that like makes sense to you. It's kind of like, this is a little bit out of date because having recently watched Hook, the grand dinner of the imaginary food just mostly looks like scoops of Play-Doh. But like when you were a kid, when the imaginary dinner got revealed in that movie, like it looked so delicious and magical. And that's kind of what this is like this doesn't immediately scream food to you, but when you see it, it looks delicious and magical. And if you end up deciding to try it, it makes you feel that it fills you up. It feels like you're eating food. But rather than flavor, you get the sensations that you asked it to evoke. For the record, Skibrox just has like a whole plate of first kisses.
Shut up.
He does. And after he takes a bite, he just sort of like he's chewing it and then he puckers into the air. I
You know
simply will
what?
not.
Good for you, Skip Rocks.
He's the best
see,
meal I've
Dax?
ever had.
Dax has a big bowl of when you buy pants that fit just right.
Mm-hmm. And
He's
they
just-
look good. Yeah. It's intensely satisfying.
Hey, Dakin?
Mm-hmm.
Alara kind of like looks over the side of the table and down at the ground. While we're here, maybe we should buy you some boots or, so you don't have to keep walking around barefoot.
That was on the list. I just figured we should eat first.
It's
I
really,
just want to make sure.
really nice nobody calls him out on that. I just completely forgot about that until just now.
I feel like you just smile big and then they don't look down.
It seems
Maybe
like we all
they-
have some things to do.
Maybe
Sorry, go ahead, Ray.
they do. No, your turn.
No, it was a just in passing comment.
Me too.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Flip a coin.
Okay, watch this. Ugh.
I get heads, which is one. Shit.
Loser. I don't remember what I was gonna say.
I was just going to say, I think we all kind of have some things to do. I still have, I've mentioned it before, this wand and this ring that we pulled off of Prunelia that I'd like to get identified by somebody, and because I don't kind of want to mess with it, being who it was from.
I still don't know what this cloak does that we got in the puzzle dimension.
Yeah, like there's. So I mean, a place this fucking big. You know, I think we might be able to get a good bit done before we head out.
Well,
Or at
and
least get caught up.
we have the stuff that came from Drulissa that if we're not going to use, we might as well sell it and get some money off of it.
True. I mean, what do we? We kind of sold a big batch of the stuff that we had.
Maybe we can find someone skilled in the magical arts that can, I don't know, transfer the stuff from these, and she taps her glasses, to one of my other things so I can get rid of some things. I don't know.
Isn't something like that expensive? I really don't know because I've never like looked into it. But and it's not like we don't have money, but
I mean, yeah, no, yeah, I mean, you know.
it's something to look into. It's the point I was getting into is that we all have things that we can look into. It's not like we're, we need to be out of here tonight.
Yeah, and if we can't afford it, we can just take a job for them that's 2 months away.
Just smirks at him.
Add it to the list.
I don't want to add it to the list.
I was joking.
I
We
want
have
to
a lot
burn
of
the
shit to do.
list.
We still gotta see if a dragon's real.
True.
I definitely think that is the lowest on our priority list.
Well, yeah, I mean the reward for it was just a discount.
A free book.
Yeah.
Didn't you read most of that book while you were there?
Nope. Yeah, I only got through 2 of the 7 theories, so had quite a bit left. That's okay. Books exist all over the place that have information that's similar, I think.
True.
Do we know that it was a one-of-a-kind book? Maybe, surely there's got to be a bookstore or a library here. And we can see if there's another copy that's not...
Do I know if there were other editions or anything like that? When?
Fen told you that those were the only copies
Okay.
of those books, but whether or not you believe Fen is purely up to you.
I mean, Fen said that they were the only copy, but who knows? Sometimes you just want people to buy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it can't hurt to go to a bookstore. I'd kind of like to go and, get something else to read. I think I finished all the books that we got in the market back home before we left.
There's a marketplace outside if you guys are full and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, finish up food and we can head out. I don't know if we should split up too far outside of the market itself, because I can't guarantee I'll be able to find my way back to here. But I personally, I'm gonna try to find like a magic shop.
Okay. Well then, what I will do is we aren't going to break just yet, but I am going to give you guys access to the shop so that way you can just start looking through and making purchases rather than making it like, a big shopping episode.
I want to know the staff of every magic shop in a quarter mile. I want to know their life goals, their names, their middle names.
Uh-huh.
And their family members, but the distant one.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you guys do want to like get things identified and whatnot, you can ask.
I also want to ask them if they were a pizza topping, what topping would they be?
Okay. Well, the first the first place that you notice when you leave is the Twilight Forge.
I thought you were gonna say the Twilight Forest. I was like, whoa.
Same. I've been there too many times.
What they got?
And this is run by a very dashing looking tiefling named Kurlan.
Not have
And
injury.
let
no.
me see what I can do about it. I might just move it out of this for now. Yeah, I'll just move it into... Oh, wait. Nah, the locations I can share with you guys. So let me configure this folder. And that should give you... So let me just give you guys a look at it again.
Since I have a cat on my lap in real life, I'm gonna use my item to summon my little shadow cat out with me.
Okay.
Feels fitting.
Yeah, perfect. You guys discover a shadow cat that you may not have noticed before, because the last time it was a little bit about it was a bird. And you guys were distracted with needing to fight a hag. But there's a little cat that seems sort of wispy and dark as darkness, sort of going along with you. There's also the gloaming craft, which is definitely an alchemy shop with magical herbs, definitely run by a hag, but also you don't seem to get the sense that she's like a terribly evil person because she's doing a lot of business. So you also see her. You also have access to the Veil's Edge, which is like your typical magic item shop, but it's also a museum. And this is, you don't actually know what she is. She looks pretty cool, maybe an elf. But she sort of glows in interesting ways every now and then. And like she doesn't blink and she looks at you all very intently while you're around. And then finally there's also the Whispering Winds, which is not currently staffed by anything. But as you are sort of like moving through this store, occasionally like little arcane hands just sort of appear and like more in gesture than anything else, sort of like indicate like, oh, would you like me to get that for you? But nobody's talking. It's just sort of a bunch of hands flying around the place. This is a place where you can, if you want to, you can get spell scrolls for anything up to 3rd level. Just let me know what you want. And including cantrips.
I have a very important question.
Mhm. Mhm.
At the Veil's Edge, what is an axolotl?
It's so cute.
You can click on it and it'll give you a description.
Oh, I can.
Mhm.
Yep.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I didn't even
once a
notice
day,
that.
once a day, if you're attuned to it, you basically get an additional hit die for when you take short
Oh.
rests, which can be very nice. But once a day, you can also speak a command word and summon a maxolotl to basically give yourself regenerative properties. So for the next minute, you basically gain 6 hit points at the start of your turn. Unless you take force or acid damage. But you kind of
That's
just
so
sort of like
cool.
get like sort of like covered in like a little bit of like a goopiness, and you grow little frills on the side of your head while you're in this form as a maxolotl.
that's so cool. I love it.
Gotta be fucking rich to afford what I want.
The 60,000 gold piece robe of stars.
No.
But yeah,
I want a cloak of protection. Does this, nope. Never mind, I give up.
hear me out. We seduce the shopkeep.
Whoa, okay.
Work into the will. We work ourselves into the will.
I want to hear you try to do
Hello,
that.
my lady. How art thou? Gets immediately thrown out.
You're trying to seduce the lady in the Veil's Edge that
No,
doesn't blink?
I'm not actually.
Okay. So yeah, you guys can sort of putter around, talk amongst yourselves. If there's something you want to buy, then I will be keeping an eye on chat, so that way you guys can
Yeah.
make purchase requests.
None of these people carry some.
That's not true. They carry many things I want. I just don't have money.
Well, yeah. I mean, I just want an elven.
We could like talk to someone about getting it commissioned.
Commission? That sounds
Yeah,
like
maybe they don't have it.
That sounds like I'm gonna have to pay so much money.
I mean, I get a little bit of money. He can float her.
No, I
So.
mean, like, I listen. I probably have a lot more money than the rest of you because I wasn't here for the
much money do you
mass
have?
buying of items. Well, how much money do you have?
400 gold, 300 gold.
All right, I got 680.
That's not bad.
Rich.
She got big bucks.
I'm rich. I'm just not that rich.
Which one of these shops would it be Veil's Edge to go and get the wand and the ring identified?
Yes.
He's gonna go and do that.
Okay. Contrary to your experience with Naira, this person just simply does it.
Oh, that fucking rat.
Dax also goes with him to get the cloak, the flower cloak identified as well.
It would look like as she starts doing it, it looked like he's about to reach down into like his coin purse, and then realizing she's just doing it, he just kind of looked at Dax and be like, "That fucking cat."
I'll go there with you guys.
I'm assuming Alara doesn't know what the crossbow does, so I'm gonna go with them too.
So the cloak of photosynthesis, you receive the information that basically, as long as you're in direct sunlight, you are regaining a hit point at the start of each turn. So every 6 seconds. Dakin, which you knew. but now you know in character. The wand that you have. Oh, is simply a wand, but it acts as an arcane focus, so it didn't have anything special. She'll buy it from you for 10 gold. The ring, on the other hand, is a ring of serpent's tongue.
Ooh.
Which, like, as she describes to you what this does, it suddenly makes, like, so much sense about what the fuck it is. She's also incredibly interested in this and immediately makes an offer to you at the minute of, like, as soon as she's completed reciting it, she offers you 6,000 gold for it. This ring of serpent's tongue renders you immune to spells belonging to the school of divination and any magical effects that would allow other people to read your thoughts, detect your true alignment, or spy on you using magic. Your real alignment doesn't change, and there's no, if it's necessary, not really anything we fall to, but if a magical item requires a particular alignment, it just simply doesn't require that anymore. In addition, you can choose to misinform creatures that are trying to read your thoughts, detect your alignment, or spy on you. For example, you can make them think that your thoughts are different than what they truly are.
Oh my god.
It's really powerful.
That is.
The creature that is trying to gather information about you must make a wisdom saving throw. If they fail that, then they believe the false information you choose to present. On a success, their spell or ability fails and they gain no useful information. So they simply don't have a chance of succeeding. They just have a chance of not being misinformed.
Wow.
He'd kind of turn and look to his siblings and Dakin. So this thing is pretty powerful, and I think honestly might be a good thing to hold on to. But given that this was something that we all contributed to acquiring, we could also sell it, and the coin garnered from this could get us all probably something that we need or hold on to for something that we want to save for to need. Opinions? Thoughts?
And you guys can roll an insight check.
On
Her.
Sure. I'm using my inspiration.
You want to
Okay.
give
Roll
that
that.
inspiration to someone?
Yeah, who doesn't have one?
Very
I'll
and
give
Dakin.
I'll give it to Very. Alright.
Dakin,
fair.
she really wants this item. You think you could get her higher than 6,000 gold?
Oh.
He seems pretty desperate for this thing, Val.
Not in front of her? Are we in front of her?
I'm like,
No,
I feel like we're like
stepped off.
I'm
looking
gonna
around the
assume
shop.
that you
where-
guys aren't.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not just like,
Okay.
look at this fucking rube. I bet we could really milk her for a couple more coins, guys. No, he'll just like whisper to Val, like, she seems like she needs this thing.
My question is us all getting something from, whatever it might be, more beneficial than just holding on to the ring? Because again, this would only work on one person that's wearing it. So it's either we hold on to something that's really good, really, really good for one person, or we sell it to get something pretty good for all of us.
Well,
Yeah.
I have a question. Do you need to be in tune with this item?
Stand by.
Yes.
Yes.
So whoever that person is, it's not going to be a last minute decision that you can pop
You
it
have
on
to-
and do the thing.
You have
And-
to have it.
Correct. And I am already at the maximum of the things. Like, I feel I am so completely drained on things that I am just vibing with. I can't vibe with anything else.
That's fair.
So, I mean, I have no, you know, I'll support whatever we decide to do as a group, but those are things that need to be considered.
Valerius would turn back, looking to the woman at the. This is Vale's Edge, right? This is the.
Mhm.
That's the one we went to. Okay, and kind of turn it over in his fingers as he's looking on it. A little bit of a sly smirk pops up on his lips as like his tail kind of whips around a little behind him. I'll give it to you right now for 10,000.
10,000 gold.
10,000 gold.
You can roll an insight check. Dakin, I'm messaging you.
Fuck, man, Insight does not like me.
She begins to reach forward in order to shake on this deal.
Really? Fuck, I could have asked higher. This is probably
Why
worth
don't
way more.
Why don't we do a little deal?
He offered me 10,000 now.
I turn and look at Dakin.
Dakin is grinning. Yeah, but I can see that look in your eye. $20. Right now. And we'll never bug you about it again.
He still has an offer open to me for 10,000.
No,
The
he
offer
doesn't.
just went up.
Tell her that you rescind the offer, I think.
That's what he just said. He said, well, the offer just went up.
Fine. But this time she doesn't like slowly reach forward. Like she immediately like grabs onto one of your two hands and shakes it. 20,000.
I'm gonna post it in chat just so he can, so Vosti can see.
20,000.
Oh my god, where did it go? Where'd my inventory go?
Let me adjust it. So that way you can do the sale.
It's basically like a little bit better version of like a ring of mind shielding type thing.
More than a little bit, but yes. So you should be able to like, I think, drag and drop it onto her cart in order to sell it back to her.
Yeah, it's saying that it's capped at 16,000. Like when I go into
Go ahead and make it at 16,000 then, and I'll just adjust the price. And you should see an option to accept that. I think. Yes, no? Cool. Got it. So, yeah, you've got that gold. She basically just starts, I think, counting it into your bag of holding, I'm assuming.
yeah.
1,
So
2, 3.
you now have, effectively, if you guys split it, 4,000 additional gold apiece in your group piggy bank.
Do you guys want to just put the 20 in, or do we want to split it for? Because again, this was something that we all contributed to getting. I think 4 each isn't bad.
Or just put it in the group and
We'll figure it out. Yeah.
And yeah, if there's something that somebody needs and or wants, that's 6,000. I mean, we can just, pull it from the group funds.
Everyone cool with that?
With what? Sorry, I was.
Either putting the whole 20 into our group funds, or equally dishing it out 4,000 each.
I think we should split it.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Actually, well, yeah, we'll have to, because I have to at least split it out for myself, because I can't. I'm currently 500 pounds overweight. So, yeah, let's just do that. Let's give everybody 4,000, or I guess everybody add 4,000 to their personal.
She also identifies your items, Alara, from Zahag.
I'm going to post these in chat, and out of character, we should decide if we want to keep them or sell them, because they've just been sitting in the bag, and they're attunement items, so I can't use them.
What are you attuned to?
I've got my Shades of Night so that I can see. I've got this Fade Silk Shroud, which is like a cape of stealthiness, kind of. And then I have Abby.
Oh yeah, Abby. That's what I
Yeah.
was getting.
Yeah.
She do be there, just
It's like, can you
sucking
hit
up
the
an
unpack
item
button?
spot. Like a curse. Let's go ahead. We'll do like an actual official break. And then if you guys are doing some more shopping but you just want to sort of consider what you want, then you can come in like after the game or week or whatever, and then just let me know if you've attempted and I can come in and approve it. So that way you've got those things. For now, we will go ahead and jump into our 10-minute break. See you soon, chat.
Everything's unmuted. I say into my.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are going to jump right back into game while I am looking around for this frickin' jingling pouch.
It's on my sheet if that helps.
I'm looking on your sheet, and I
it's
thought it was
my.
going to be at the top.
Oh, is it not at the top for you? It's the fourth
I don't
bag
see it.
that I have up there.
Yeah, I don't see like any bag up there. Oh, I'm looking at I'm looking at Baby
Oh.
Very. That's why.
Oh. Okay. I was like, but that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I forgot what this ring does, but it is worth lots of money.
Yeah. For some reason, I had this set up for you, and I'll fix it like post game.
Mhm.
But I had it set up where you can see what it is when it is not identified, and not when it is identified.
Oh.
But basically, what it does is if you use the spoken words together in Oblivion,
Mhm.
then it's activated. So that way you basically gives you advantage on checks made to see through illusions and disguises, and you get a hint of the true physical form of shapeshifters and polymorphed creatures. And it remains active in that state for about a minute. But it taps into your life force and sucks some HP while you're using it for the
Okay.
duration of that minute.
Well, I'll share that information with the class and then ask if we want to sell that too.
This is
And then you've
what?
got-
It's a ring I have. It requires attunement, so it's another attunement item.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got a figurine of wondrous power that's in the form of a silver raven. So it can become a raven for up to 12 hours. And you can use it to cast the animal messenger spell. And you also have an elemental gem in the form of an emerald that allows you can break the gem and summon a water elemental to conjure it as a one-timer.
Gotcha.
And I think everything else has been identified. I'm going to unidentify the eye so that way you just have a reminder of its abilities.
Mm-hmm. I mean, aesthetically, really cool.
Yeah.
I want that ring, but not as
That.
the item because I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to off myself trying to see through somebody's form, and also like
Fair enough.
the struggles of attunement.
Okay.
What?
So I think everybody,
No, good.
I think everybody has had all of their unidentified things identified.
Mm-hmm.
Speak up now if not. So yeah, just again to reiterate, throughout the week, if you guys are wanting to make some purchases, go ahead and do so, and then just let me know so I can go in and approve it.
I'll screenshot this because I can't post it in the chat.
What kind of hammer is the Sun Forger?
It's not like a big mallet, it's just a war hammer, so it's a one-handed, but I think it's versatile, so you can use it one-handed or two-handed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So as you guys are sort of doing your day of shopping, if you would like to, there's also like just a tailor that's in the area, Dakin, and if you want to spend 5 gold, you can get a fancy shirt and pantaloons on discount for Skivrocks.
I get him a nice silk shirt, nice pants, and I get him pointy little elf shoes.
Oh,
That's gonna run you up to
And
6 gold.
that's fine. And I get him like a nice leather belt because
You
I
get him
know
a
that
fedora,
motherfucker does not
too.
have a belt. No, I get him like a little newsy cap.
I love it.
He's super
What is that?
kitted out
7,
now.
8 gold?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aw, jeez.
Best money I've ever spent
Now-
in my life.
Now I feel like I have to say, gee whiz.
Is there any? Do you got anything fresh off the presses for us?
Extra. We now know where the Oracle is.
That is a good extra.
But night has begun to fall. The haze continues to shimmer above you. The sky is really beautiful. Pretend that there's like a lot of mountainscape also here. If you guys want to, you can find easily like a safe place to tuck Skivrocks and have a nice night's sleep in the tiny house, or find accommodations.
What are we thinking, gang?
What?
We want to tuck Skid Rocks away with the house, or do we want to? Place. It's a tavern inn. That's the word I was looking for.
Oh. Well, we might as well stay somewhere.
Do we want to go closer to the Dawn District where our contact is supposed to be?
What? Yeah, we should. What time is it?
9:12 p.m.
Want to go see if they're playing?
Yeah.
Boasty, Dakin, what do you think?
They're pooping.
Mm-hmm.
Toasty.
Sorry, I was reading. Yeah, the inn. He nods at the inn. We talk about going to the inn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
or
finding an inn where Grey Note might be playing.
yeah.
So we have to go to the other side of town.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. We can head that way
Yeah.
and see if we can
Um,
find where he is.
Once we get to the Dawn Ward, I can try and locate him magically.
Yeah?
Ooh.
It's not a massive distance, but if we get close enough to the tavern, we should get a ping.
Okay.
Sure.
Ping. Ping.
Ding.
Ping. Ow. Hurt myself.
Okay. It takes you guys into, well past sundown for you to cross Ithithondra in order to get into the place that you see inauspiciously marked the Dawn Quarter. But once you're there, this place actually does seem like it's trying to invoke a little bit of its namesake. Most of the buildings have sort of somewhat uniform yellows and golds and white awnings and flowers planted. There are what looks to be like lampposts that have been erected that are like made out of maybe a copper or copper-like material. So the light that comes out of them, even though it's night, seems a little bit warmer and more like sunup as opposed to past sundown at this point. And it is illuminated, and there's like it's not it doesn't give you a sense that this place shuts down. This place seems very lively. And did you want to
Fucking
cast your spell to try and locate?
Very least try to find a booth.
Yeah, you can definitely find a booth. Sorry, I don't know if I missed you saying something.
I was talking to myself when I said
Oh.
that. I had to just unmute myself.
Yeah, I'm going to do a fourth level locate creature and think of Grey Note of the Black Moons.
Okay. You get a ping. It's a pretty strong one. And following this directional sense, that was very cool looking. Following this directional sense, it takes you into a sort of an open courtyard that looks like it's set up to do sort of like a battle of the bands type thing. There's a lot of picnic tables sort of sprawling across it, and there's people who've been eating out of like late night food carts. And then there's a bunch of different stages at different levels that are hosting different musicians and singers and performers of various sorts. And you make your way unerringly towards a stage where a what appears to be an elf is strumming away, adding to the sort of frolic-like atmosphere. And this elf is you can tell they've got very, very pale skin and just like this shock of like long white curly hair. And they're dressed very richly, but what really stands out from them beyond their very skillful playing is they wear this sort of mask that looks like it might be like silver filigreed porcelain or something that hides much of their face.
Ooh.
That's cool.
And they're playing along. As their song starts to sort of like wind down again, like somebody like chips forward like what appears to be like a gold piece, and it spins through the air and then like sort of lands in this pile that's collected at their feet, and they're like, "Grey Note, another!" And he starts playing again. So beyond magic, you feel as a unit confirmed that this person is who you're after.
Should we get a seat somewhere and just watch for a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should like interrupt or anything. Just, yeah. Maybe once he winds down, we approach.
Alara looks around for a place with enough seats for the group of them.
I think you said we found a booth, right? Or did I miss here?
Yeah, no, easily you guys can find a table to sit at. It's not a booth necessarily.
Oh yeah.
But it is a like a picnic table that it is sort of sized to fit a party of your size. Skivrox is sort of like, he doesn't really want to sit down because he's got such nice clothes, so he's just standing on his side of the bench. And like anytime he feels like somebody might be looking his way, he's kind of like striking a pose to really show off his new accoutrement. Anybody can roll a history check if they would like to.
Ooh. Ooh. 20.
Oh fuck! I was close.
Ooh.
I guide Vosti.
Let's go. Let's go.
Boasty, you have guidance if you'd like to make a history check.
Boasty.
It was a difficult check to begin with, so actually I'm a little bit surprised that two of you got it. So Very and Valerius, you remember from what seems like so long ago. And really it was long ago, but not as long ago as it could have been, and not as long as it was like earlier this morning. But you recall when you first met Risk, they did a hand gesture, like a C or a moon symbol towards you to like identify you and see if you responded, which you guys didn't. But they did explain that that's kind of like a symbol for, that's a subtle greeting for your faction.
I do that when he looks.
There is not like a physical reaction to this, but the next song that Grey Note plays is one that is sort of like the unofficial official song of Demeti.
Oh, okay.
They play this at the club.
Who you going clubbing with?
My other wolf pack members.
Damn. Damn.
Yeah, we go to the club. We call ourselves the Wolf Pack.
Ah, woo!
All right. So I
Um,
suppose we wait then, right?
Yeah, you guys can get some food for a negligible amount of money considering how much you just had. When he finally starts to like pack up his stuff, like there's a bunch of people like, boo, we don't want you to stop. And he's just like, sorry, next time. And then gathers up his gold and does not walk over to you. He walks over and buys himself a drink, and then goes and has like an extensive conversation with somebody else, and then eventually makes his way around to you and slides in at your booth, and it's just like, friends.
Hello there. I just did that like fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi. Why did I do that?
Depending on the seating arrangement, Alara kind of moves to like make a space for him to sit down.
And he does. I'm so glad you were able to receive my invitation. I hope that Ithathandra has been treating you well.
Can't complain. It's been welcoming so far. Was not
Indeed,
expecting these
indeed.
times.
Yes. He is fully talking over you. He like starts laughing and like slaps Vosti on the back. Oh, you kidder. And then like once it's just sort of like he's like basically put on this weird pantomime, much to probably some of your confusion. And then like once it's kind of nobody else is paying attention because it's just a little bit weird. He finally like leans in. All right. So, what kind of news do you have?
So we were to talk about. Remind me what again we were supposed to meet him for. I thought I had it written down.
Egrin said to check in
Egrin.
with him.
Yeah, Egrin said come meet up with him.
Well, we're just here to check in. Is what Egrin asked of us.
Oh, you've spoken with Egrin just lately.
Very limited. He'd kind of looked to Dakin to kind of hand it off to him, given he's the one that technically
You
spoke
do
with him.
that after?
After the flicker.
No. When did?
Shit.
The last time I spoke to him was when we woke up in the woods,
Yeah.
before we fixed your brain.
Post puzzle box.
I'm just trying to place it with the fact that we're a week. So, no.
Yeah, so I would have messaged him in 3 days, I think.
Yes, we haven't spoken to him yet.
Shit. How do we explain that one?
No, that's. I was just wondering for.
No,
I
it's
had
not
a-
wrong.
Brief conversation with him, and he let us know that you might need some help up here.
He actually sent you to help me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. He looks genuinely startled by this. Well, then I'll did he say about what?
You're... He was investigating a different flicker, correct?
I thought it was
Uh,
vague.
Egrin basically said like get in contact with him. Like it was a message so you guys weren't exchanging a huge amount of words.
Yeah. He just said to come get in contact with you and see what you needed.
Really? Oh,
Really?
well then let's meet someplace else. And then like he straightens up again. Oh, friends, yes, no, definitely come back to my place. Wonderful. Come.
Ow.
And then he like sort of his cape flourishes around and he like picks up Skivrox, who's just like what kind of thing, and like carries him with basically just like cute kid, and leads you guys off towards the
Fuck.
That's fucking crazy.
the residential area that's beyond this place. He takes you to what sort of seems like just like maybe like a hostel for scalds and bards and that sort of thing, and like takes you up this winding staircase and then throws open a door into his apartments, which are like there's a bunch of nice stuff in here, but the actual place is not particularly nice. Like he's invested in himself, but not in getting any better accommodations. And once he sort of like ushered you guys in, he whips off his cape and like peels off the mask, and he is like the weirdest looking sort of like half goblin, half elfish looking gray thing that you've just never encountered before. But he just sort of flops into a chair and is just like, they just won't stop requesting the same songs over and over. Well, you're here to help me find my sister?
We're here to help you find your. He just kind of.
Really?
Egrin said you came. He sent you to help me.
Alara kind of looks at Dakin because, he's the one who had the conversation with Egrin.
That is what he did.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Let me hear. And he immediately stands back up and opens up like a little like secretary desk that he has, and he pushes up the roll top, and it's very much just like sort of the equivalent of like red yarn going through different
It's a
places.
murder board.
I know she's at one of the courts. I just can't figure out which one, and they won't let me in. I don't know why they've got her. I think I've narrowed it down to either summer, autumn, winter, or spring.
Okay, that's
So
all of them.
just
That's-
any of them.
Yeah.
Can you? Okay, let's start with describing her.
She's really beautiful. We're twins. And so she's about my height, and her nose is a little bit longer, a little bit narrower, and she's a girl.
All right, figured. Okay.
What's her name?
Silva.
Okay. Why did she go missing? Get a little background?
Well, there was like a little bit of a shimmer in the haze when we were making our way through Thamarin, and it basically just created sort of like, what do they call it? What do they call it? A temporal disruption, and we ended up just separated, and I haven't been able to find her since. But I've been hearing that one of the fake courts took in a lost one.
Okay. All you have is one of the.
Yeah. And like, I haven't been able to, I mean, I definitely wrote to Egrin and I let him know, but I've been, just sending him missives about all of the things that have been happening here in Ithithandra in order to like keep him informed for Demeti. And I truly never thought that he would actually take like what I wanted to do seriously.
Okay. So. Well, I can tell you for sure that at some point soon we're going to be traveling to the Summer Court to deliver a message, an unrelated thing, but when we're there, we can inquire. Do you have anything else that might offer a little more direction to which court? At the very least, maybe cutting some out of the equation. Like where were you when this happened? So which are the closest courts that a lost wanderer could have wound up at?
Well, I don't know how far away from me she might have gotten displaced. I mean, we weren't that far from Ithithandra, so I've been thinking that it was the Winter Court, but I can't go there. They're
You north or
very
south of Ithithandra?
isolationist.
I guess north,
And
south, east, or west.
they're. I mean, it moves a little bit, but they're just generally due east of Ithithandra. The rest are a little bit more south and east.
No, where were you? Where were you and her when you got separated?
East. I mean, we were probably like a day out from the dam.
Okay. I'm assuming you were sticking to main roads.
Yeah, of course. Anybody who crosses through the woods directly is just asking for trouble.
So then the Winter Court might be the most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Which one was the summer? Is that the green one?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Well, like I said, we need to go to the summer court, and we can inquire.
Well, be careful. They're incredibly aggressive with their ambitions.
We've heard little bits and pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Looks back to the others.
I'm a little surprised that he sent so many of you.
Kind of a package deal.
I see.
I really. Do we want to try to send another message to Egrin to see if maybe we were missing something? We might be forgetting.
I can if that's what we want to do.
I'm just he knew how. No, the statement for another time. Yeah, I mean, that might be a good idea to reach out to him.
What would you like to do?
Alara just looks confused a little bit.
I suppose I'll message Egrin.
Okay.
Egrin made it to Ithithondra, made contact with Greynote. Any further guidance?
Let me go ahead and get some word length count going. Sorry, that took a little bit of a second because I needed to take into account all of the timey-wimey. The, scraping of glass and dragging of nails along chalkboard and the crunching of styrofoam things against other styrofoam things starts like coming from a distance and growing till it's filling your ears. And then you hear, "How do you know Greynote?" Oh, well.
Ah, fuck.
Get update from him regarding spring and light negotiations. Don't discuss his sister. It's pointless. Follow up soon.
Dude, when you said help him, I was like, I don't think he said to help him. Oh, God.
Listen, I've said from the start, Dakin is not a good spy, and he doesn't really understand that we're supposed to be spies. He's literally just like, yeah, he said, come check this out. What's up, man? Do you need a hand?
I think we need to get somebody else with a little bit of sending.
I think we need to get a sending stone that we can give to him.
Yes.
Something that we don't have to keep buying minutes for.
Yeah, is there a Go Mobile store in town?
Can we just get a sending stone that just keeps working?
We have the money.
Forever and ever and ever and never stop. Anyway, back
Well, you
to
have
you.
a sending stone. Egrin just doesn't have it.
Yeah.
So you got the message you got. And what does Dakin do?
Greynote, do you have any update on the dealing between, was it spring and light?
Mm-hmm.
The spring and light situation?
Oh, yeah. Let me get this going. He then walks over and begins to sort of case this like large lap harp, which he spreads across his lap, and then he like closes his eyes takes a deep breath, and begins to play. And as he's playing, you guys receive into your knowledge that the Court of Spring and the capital city of Light is attempting to establish a gate between the two of them because there is a marriage contract in the works between one of the noble houses of Light and the daughter of the current regent of Spring. The negotiations seem to be going well, but neither Winter or Summer want this to happen without them also being involved. And so the conversations that have been happening between Spring and Light have been sort of dragging on because it all has to sort of happen like majorly on the down low in order to not draw any attention from anybody else.
So Spring Court and Light are trying to establish a gate due to a wedding arrangement. Winter and Summer want to be included. It's like the basic TLDR.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then he finishes playing, and you guys continue to know this information, but he never said anything.
Okay. Kind of look back to Dakin mainly because he was the one that had asked the question and want to like steal the floor from him.
And how long has your sister been missing?
2 years.
Oh.
We were
wow.
actually coming from Demeti. I mean, when we got appointed, it was on our way to Ithithandra from Demeti when she went missing.
I don't know if Egrin exactly sent us to help with your sister.
Oh.
He said he sent you to help me.
I think he maybe more so meant he's sending us to help him.
There's like this like slump to his shoulders, and he pushes his hair, which is the only thing that really didn't change about him, back from his like sort of knobbly, weird looking face, and then sighs and says, "Yeah, that sounds more correct." Well, okay. Yeah, that's really the best news that I've got that he would be interested in. Is that all you guys came to Ithithandra for? This is a long distance from Demeti.
One of many things, but
We were nearby.
Well, I mean, is there anything I can help you guys with?
We need to find a gate to the summer court.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can ask for an audience with Vylora, and she can open one of those. It can sometimes be a little bit difficult to get that audience, that appointment with her. If you can get a writ from somebody of status within Ithithandra, then that can usually push you forward a little bit.
All right. Listen, I can't make any promises or anything, just because it's, things happen that we can't control. But I will do my best to try to look into news about your sister.
Thank you. If you
Give a small nod.
just anything to at least know that she's okay, and then if she can finally show up.
Yeah, no, of course.
Okay, well, have you guys figured out where you're staying?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I'd offer you to bunk up here with me, but it's there's just a lot of you.
We can. I mean, this place is pretty popular tonight. Are there going to be availabilities? terms of
Probably.
rooms?
I mean, you probably won't be able to all stay like in the same place together, but there'll be ones and twosies here and there.
That's all right with me. Who wants to bunk with me?
Oh no, you can't stay in this building, but I mean, there's
Oh.
probably 1 or 2 rooms available here and there in the Dawn
okay.
Court.
That was what I meant. Was this in specifically?
Yeah, no, you've got to be a bard.
Ah.
It seems terrible for business.
Oh, well, the owner also owns about 50% of the food stalls, and if we draw people here and make them hungry or thirsty, then they make the money that way. So they're really just paying us in
Smart.
housing.
That's a smart venture. Okay. Well then, I'm assuming you're gonna be here in Ithathandra for a while.
Yeah, apparently.
Right. Then I suppose
As long as Demeti needs me.
Well, it's good to know this is where you'll be. Then we can get word back to you, or come visit, however it goes down. All right. Well then, looks to the others unless there's anything else. I'm gonna find a dwelling for the evening.
Laura doesn't say anything.
Then look to Grey Note, give him a nod, and turn and start to head out.
I mean, he tucks his door closed behind you. As you guys are marching your way down, you hear him like just throw something against the wall.
Oh.
Valerius, I wouldn't say a troubled look, but he definitely has a very thoughtful expression after that whole exchange.
I don't know if we should
Something on his
have
mind.
told him that Egrin didn't send him for that, or send us for that.
If I remember correctly, and Dakin obviously can correct me if I'm wrong, but first conversation that we had over the messages were pretty vague. We didn't know anything.
Oh, I know. I just mean that we kind of already said that, so maybe we should have just left it at that. Like, said that we were gonna help.
I'm fine to still help. I just felt bad that it seemed like I misled him, that Egrin cared.
Mm-hmm.
He made it very clear when he messaged me he did not care about that man's sister.
Yeah.
That was why I said what I said.
Feel like we could have left it.
A little more positive.
Yeah.
Still can.
Well.
Go back in there and say we won't try to find your sister. We'll help you find your sister.
No, I think we just leave it as it is. Let him process that. I mean, we already said it.
You guys, through some extensive hunting, managed to find in separate inns enough accommodations for each of you for the night, for a gold apiece. And the Dawn Quarter has sort of like this kind of white noise din to it that's sort of like layered over with music that just will not stop through the night. It's pleasant music, but it's noisy. But you guys are able to get a long rest if you choose to.
Yeah. Valerius would, wherever he stays, he would probably stay up a little bit and down at like a bar or something like that, drinking for a bit. Kind of definitely in his own head, just thinking about shit. Then he'd eventually go up.
Okay. Following morning. Doink, doink. Doink, 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 doink. Whoop. The weather is kind of lousy again, but there's plenty of like awnings to hide under, and as it kind of persists because Ithithondra doesn't want to stop for bad weather, you see these people that seem to be dressed in uniforms of some sort, like going through with these long sticks and drawing these awnings that go like across all of the streets in order to basically turn it into like coverings. So people can walk and continue to do commerce and business as they need to. And what would you guys like to do? You can try and seek out an appointment. You know that the Oracle is nearby if you wanted to ask them questions.
It might be good to try to.
You could putter around.
Well, I mean, gang, what's on I'm looking at our little quest paper here that we've taken notes on.
Quest paper.
Yeah, the open
I have a
quest
bar.
journal. Yes.
Eats it.
Oh. Wow, really gonna hold out on me. I had porridge.
Oh.
Gotta prove or disprove a dragon. That's not happening anytime soon, I don't think. We need to get to the summer region, so that's still on the to-do. We need to obtain an item worth 600 gold pieces for Naira. Meet the Oracle, and then we met Reno. We know what he's doing, so we can kind of check that off the list. Or, I guess, note as an ongoing. But, yeah, do we want to go look for the Oracle?
I think that's good to do first.
All right.
Since the rest sort of takes us to another place.
Yes. Can you remind me why we need to meet the Oracle?
About the prophecy.
Abby
Yes,
and the
okay.
prophecy.
And Abby.
Abby's
That's
the one
right.
who told us about the Oracle.
Gosh, I feel like it's been 700 years since Abby came into our lives.
I'm sure Alara feels that.
I feel it on a deep spiritual
what?
connection.
What's Abby thinking about today?
Lara pulls Abby out of her bag and holds her in front of her face and stares deeply into her little button eyes. How are you feeling today, Abby? Please don't give me another bad prophecy. Please don't give me another bad prophecy.
She reaches into your soul
You
and pulls it
are
out.
a wolf out of time, Alara.
Oh.
when she says her name, Alara's eyes go like as big as saucers. But she doesn't say anything just yet, just in case Abby says anything else.
What did she
It-
say?
She said my name. Like, it wasn't some weird, cryptic...
My God, maybe just try to converse with her then.
What should I say?
I don't know. What did
Anything.
she?
She told me that I was a wolf out of time.
Ask
Now,
her what
I
it
don't mean...
means.
What do you mean, Abby?
Well, you're a werewolf, Alara.
Correct.
That's
When
what I
you s-
mean by wolf.
Okay, when you mean out of time, do you mean like my time has come to an end? Or do you mean like I am displaced in the timeline?
In response, Alara, you no longer see the city of Ithathandra. You no longer hear the city of Ithathandra. The only sensation that you have for just a moment is the sort of weird felt texture of this doll that you're holding and demanding what she means. And then you proceed to see versions of yourself flicker past your eyes. There is a version of you as a child. There is a version of you as an old woman. There is a version of you that is having a conversation. You remember having a conversation today, but on your way out of Inamar. You have the version of you that is in Inamar, but you're sort of viewing yourself from without, and like hundreds of different little flickers and versions of you. And then you suddenly come back to being aware of yourself.
Alara just shakes her head a little bit as she comes back to. Okay. What should I ask her about herself? And she like looks over at her siblings and Dak.
Well, maybe, like what she wants and how we can help. And you know what? Whatever you think of. I feel like you're the person who has maybe the most questions on how to proceed with her. Them?
Abby. And she looks back at the little doll.
The sort of button eyes look a little bit cattywampus as she flops backwards slightly.
How can we help you? Is there something that you need? What can we do for you?
Unleash me in the ocean.
Unleash you in the ocean.
Did she say that out loud?
Well, she says it to me in her Abby voice. I repeat back what
Yeah.
she says out loud so you guys can hear the other side of the conversation.
I'm
Ask her
really
what her
sorry.
true form is.
What is your true form?
Perfection.
Oh,
Perfection.
I don't.
What does that mean?
Alara? Can you ask what Abby is short for?
Oh, I don't think I like that, Dakin. Abby? Is that short for something?
Aboleth.
Fucker. I fucking knew it.
Oh! I'm so glad we didn't throw this bitch in the fucking ocean when we had the chance. Oh my god. I was one of the main people that said just toss that bitch out.
And I said no.
Yeah.
Alara hasn't said anything yet. You just see... Okay, does Alara know what an aboleth is?
Roll a nature or an arcana.
Oh.
She
No.
she kind of looks over and a what again, Abby? What is it short for?
Aboleth.
An aboleth?
Do we know what that is?
I wanna see if I know.
Yeah. Nature or Arcana. Valerius.
Mhm.
You do know what an aboleth is. For everyone else, I'll just put a picture in the chat.
So I'll let you finish what you're saying first before I ask my question.
No, go ahead and say what you were gonna say.
I Shadow know what an aboleth is. How much would Valerius realistically know that this is like something you really don't want to fuck with?
He knows that it is a monstrous creature, an aberrant creature that is almost exclusively evil. Which is why he knows about it. It was sort of like in his book of fucked up shit that you don't need to deal with. When he was studying. But it does abide by some rules. However, the thing that really stands out to him is that one of its favorite abilities, in addition to its ability to speak telepathically, is its ability to enslave somebody, to take over their mind and cause it to then act on its behalf.
So the minute she says the name out loud, Valerius's mouth almost goes like agape and like he'd freeze. Which I think for the siblings that have been with Valerius most of his life would know that like he doesn't really spook too easy or like get freaked out by things super easy. So the fact that he is reacting to that name is a big thing, and he'd kind of look between like Abby and Alara and go, "You cannot put that thing in the ocean. This is an
Wait.
aboleth is."
Wait. Should we sit in front of?
He'd just shake his head.
Okay. Do we put it in the bag with?
The sand.
No. Just doors, maybe.
Yeah.
Alara, that's a terrible idea.
Oh,
You do not want to put Abby in a bag.
I'll just keep her with my stuff like I have been up till now.
Well, we need to have a conversation, it seems like, and
yes.
maybe
Yes.
Abby should not be present for that.
Okay, I mean, we can go in the house.
No, I mean, I could just put Abby in his bag really quick. I mean, we'll take Abby right out when we're done talking.
Alara looks uneasy.
This is the stupidest idea that they've had. Like, she's been perfectly fine. She doesn't talk to anybody else. She's obviously not listening to your conversations. They're just being paranoid.
I think you guys are just being a little paranoid. She doesn't
Rightfully so.
She doesn't talk to anybody else. I don't think she's listening to any conversations. We can just leave her here with this stuff, go in the house, have our conversation, and then come back.
Either way, I don't care. We could
Thought
put her in the
leaving
house.
her
We
here
could
with
go
the
into the house.
stuff. Leaving her here with the stuff and not taking her into the house with you also seems like a bad idea. What if somebody took her?
On second thought,
Laura, didn't you want to get rid of Abby so that you could use your crossbow? Why are you being weird about putting her somewhere for 5 minutes?
I mean, I said we need to figure something out.
That something is just to put her in a bag for 5 minutes.
I don't know. That just doesn't sound like a very good idea.
Okay, well, I kind of don't care if it's a good or bad idea. We should just do it. Boasty, Dakin.
Laura,
You
what's
guys
the
can
worst
try
that'll
and-
happen if we put it in the bag for 5 minutes? You haven't had a problem with us having the pearl in the bag the whole time.
Nobody's had a problem with the pearl being in the bag this whole time.
Exactly.
You know what?
Because it's safe in the bag.
Um,
Just like Abby will be safe in the bag.
I'm gonna lead Val away from the group.
Yeah. He wouldn't resist it.
And try to get like enough distance from Alara at least. And then kind of try to make eye contact with Vosti and like sort of nod towards Alara and like just keep walking.
He nods.
Once they get a kind of safe distance away, he'd kind of pull very close. She cannot let that thing loose.
What is it?
An aboleth is an aberrant creature. It is something that does not belong here. They are ruthlessly evil. They are known to enslave people nearby, to
Is
encompass.
that why she doesn't want to put it in the bag?
The minute she started acting weird, that was my thought. Now,
How the fuck do we
If
get it away
this-
from her?
well, I don't know. Here's the thing, is that it clearly has some sort of hold on her because it's been in contact with her. I don't know how deep that goes. I'm assuming it could probably make her aggressive. But it's not like it could pop out at any point, or else it wouldn't be asking us to do this for it. Does that make sense? Like, it does
Mhm.
need us,
Mhm.
her.
Mhm.
But if it's influencing her, then it's going to do whatever it can to get her to set it free.
You know what? I feel really vindicated because some of you were like, "Yeah, just throw it in the ocean," and I was like, "No, I don't think." you should
I
do
know.
that.
If ever I don't want to do something that you think that we should do, just smack me. Like,
Okay,
I won't be mad because I will think
I'll-
back to this moment.
I'll get Vosti to come. You stay here. I'll go hang out with them, and then I'll like send either Dakin or Vosti over here, and then you guys can talk, and then maybe we can come up with a plan to separate them.
So here's the thing that we need to, again, remember is whatever hold it has on her, maybe it's just been really suggestive. Maybe it's been talking in her ear. Maybe it has a form of a charm or something on her. I don't know. It's with aberrant creatures like this, the sky's kind of the limit in terms of influence that they can exert. So just keep that in mind. She's going to fight all logic and reason if that is the case.
Right, but that's why we've got to make a plan. So, but
Yes,
the other two
yes.
don't know this, so I'm gonna just
Yes.
Okay. And then
Yeah, that's all I'm
I'll
saying.
walk back towards all of them.
Yeah, I'm back with her.
No, you stay over there.
Oh, I stay over there.
Yeah, because I'm going to send someone over to you.
Duh.
Uh-huh.
I knew that. I was making sure you knew.
Uh-huh. I'll just kind of, like, nod to Dakin. And, like, point to Val.
And he's still just going on like, and the pearl is safe in the bag, so of course Abby will also be safe in the bag. The bag is a safe place.
Well,
Yeah, and she's safe right here.
They'll be in different bags.
They're both equally safe bags.
They're like the same
And he'll-
kind of bag for sure.
Back off as Very comes up and step over to Val.
So, what does your crossbow do? I don't think I was with you when you got this crossbow. And then I'll just, like, start talking to her about her crossbow as he goes over.
Yeah. He'd, for sake of time, he'd elaborate the same things that he did to Very. It's an aberrant creature that, you know, it has the possibility that it can exert force to enslave people, and that releasing it into the ocean is a horrible, horrible idea.
Okay. So how do we get it off her?
Well, same thing I said to Very, is that getting it away from her is going to be the most difficult part. I'm not super, what's the word, concerned about it doing anything, if it harmful, I guess. If it could, I would think it would have by now, but it clearly needs Alara, or anyone, I guess, whoever it latches onto to free it. So it's really just keeping her safe. Again, I don't know if this thing has any sort of like ward or curse or something like that on her, has marked her. I don't know if separating her from it will be detrimental physically or like mentally. You know, kind of like how your nose started bleeding when you did what you did.
Yeah.
So I just don't know. I'm not really an expert on these things, but again, with aberrant creatures, you kind of have to expect the worst. Other than actually just separating her from it and then putting it aside, and then if she gets physical, we might have to restrain her until she calms down, which I don't like the idea of, but it's a momentary time of doing something that I'm not super jazzed about is a far better compromise than releasing this thing out into the world.
Better than being mind controlled by a plush of an alien, I suppose.
Yeah.
About halfway through whatever conversation they're having, I'll, like, kind of nod to Vosti to go over there. Like, when Dakin is still there.
I'll walk over.
So yeah, and again, yeah, it's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, good. You're here. Explains it all. We need to separate her from it and then isolate Abby in something. I'm gonna say the bag.
Couldn't we just have someone destroy it?
I mean, I think that's ideal. I just don't know how we would go about that and what that would mean.
Couldn't we destroy it? It's just a door. Can't we just set it on fire? Do you think that would release what it's inside?
Maybe.
Unless it's only water. Clearly it's only water that releases it if it wants to go into the ocean.
Well, that's kind of what I mean, is that if there were other options, why would it specifically pick just that one? I mean, they are technically like aquatic creatures, but
Weren't we in the ocean with Abby?
I don't think we had Abby at that time.
Did we not? I thought we did when we swam underwater and fought those
You
crab
did,
lobsters.
but Abby didn't get wet. I was making rolls.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, I
fucking
specifically
terrifying in
I
hindsight.
specifically asked Gwen about that.
Oh my fucking
Yeah.
god! Don't tell me that. Oh my
We're
God.
getting chased by vampires and just like ba 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 da. Aboleth pops out of a fucking doll at us.
Yeah, because I think Vosi, because he had it first, and then everybody was like, just toss it in the ocean. He's like, all right, well, and we were at the
No.
ocean. We didn't do it. And I was
No,
like,
dude.
God, we're in water, dude. Like, is this a thing? You just leave her in this cave.
Boasty's like rolling his eyes. He's like, "Fuck, dude, we have that thing we could just throw in the ocean. We're right here."
Yeah, we're right here. Fuck.
Yeah.
Like, what the
I made
fuck
a
is wrong
roll-
with you guys?
She can attune to something else. Fuck me.
I made a roll while you guys were swimming. And then I was making rolls while you guys were in the fight and the water started
we
coming
swam
up.
twice. Oh yeah.
And the chances of
Please.
Abby getting unleashed were going up the higher the water
Oh
rose.
my god.
I still
While
think that we
she's-
can just set it on fire. I have this pyromancer. I can just blow fire onto it. I'm
While
gonna be
they're-
honest. I think we can take it.
While
we
she's
defi-
conversing with her sister and like talking about this bow, she keeps like looking over Very's shoulder at the boys' club. Like what? And then it's got this really cool trigger and looking over Very's shoulder and what are they talking about over there?
I don't know. I walked away.
Oh, now you're lying to me because you were over there talking and then you sent Boasty over there.
Well, I actually don't know what they're talking about right now. I don't think that that's a lie. I know
I
what
don't
I
believe
talked.
you.
Well, I know what I talked about over there. I don't know what they're talking about over there.
Do you think there's like a little version of it in it, like
I feel
surrounded
like
by
it could-
stuffing?
Yeah, maybe it's
or-
like a mini one. It's just
Are
like a
they
little
are they
kitten.
being like really animated too?
Yeah, I think Vosi's gesticulating every once in a
a
while.
lot of
and,
hand
like,
gestures that
nodding
make
his
no
head, yeah,
fucking
yeah.
sense.
Little
Very-
hand
Every-
gesture, big hand
chains
gesture.
are flying.
Barry
Yeah.
looks back at them and she looks really genuinely confused.
He lifts both of his hands up to like his chin and like wiggles his fingers like
Yeah, he does hand motions that looks like, a foot, and then he goes really big, wide, like
Where
3 feet,
are
and he's
we
like,
right
"Ah."
now, by the way?
I think you guys are just like you pulled off to the side of the road, basically.
Okay.
I thought we were inside somewhere. That's way funnier.
Every 15 seconds, Dakin just goes, "Boys Club."
A fist up in the air.
Alara leans in. I think they're talking about Elenia now.
Dude. She was so tall.
With Boasty's hands in his chest,
Yeah.
like this big, this. With thumbs in the air, yeah.
And she was like really tall, and you know who else is really tall? And I point back to
Who?
Boasty.
I don't know that I've ever seen a 7-foot elf person before.
Me either, actually.
I think regardless, we don't want this thing going really into any body of water. Specifically not the ocean, because then it could get away, which is awful. But maybe we could talk to somebody. Maybe we could. I don't know. With that, this is something we should talk openly about. That hey, we have an avalanche. Like
Aboleth,
well,
bam!
we could probably.
we need to.
I don't know if the
Okay,
Oracle
okay.
would be the one to ask.
Regardless of whether we try to destroy it or not, we need to get it away from Ilara. It is clearly affecting her in some way.
I have the worst idea. I wish we were in public.
Getting flashbacks to a game
Well, it's
that I
just-
ran.
Mhm.
I have the worst idea, and really, like, I would be the only person who would be unaffected by this idea. But we're.
Fuck, I want to know what the idea is.
Quit laughing to yourself, sister. Secrets don't make friends.
Okay, hold on.
I could
I
try
hate
and
how this thing is turning Alara into fucking Pernelia and how uneasy it's making her sound. I don't want to kill her.
Are you like evil? Why are you talking to me like that?
I'm not evil. I'm just saying, to this point, nothing has happened. I will put her back in my bag where she has spent the last however long I've had her. It's fine.
I freak
It's
out and
okay.
cast darkness on us.
Actually?
Did you
Yeah.
just ink?
Oh.
Okay.
I can see.
You are surrounded in darkness now.
We just turn and
Alara.
see a giant globe appear.
Where the hell did you go?
Oh, what the fuck?
I attempt
Well, this should be good.
to steal Abby
Yeah.
because I can see it, she can't.
I turn and look over Vosti's shoulder at the camera and go, well, I wonder where this is gonna go.
Yeah, he's just crossing his arms, waiting to see what comes out of it.
Okay. All right. Here's what we're gonna do, because the boys don't know. I'm gonna drag you guys into chit chat real quick, ladies. I'm gonna
Mhm.
tell you what happens, and I'm gonna drag us right back up. So
Girls
chat, you'll still
Club!
be aware.
Okay.
This was such a bad idea.
I know.
Very, what you see, Alara, what you feel is Abby's little fluffy plush tentacles wrap around Alara's arm all the way up to the shoulder, and it is gripped on to prevent her from being separated from Very.
Wait, you mean separated from me?
Or from Alara, yes, sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, that's
Okay.
what you see. That's what you're feeling, Alara. And in your head, Alara, you just hear Abby go, "No." And I'm gonna go ahead and throw everybody back up.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, hello there.
I'm gonna
Hello there,
let
sisters.
go and run back to the boys.
Oh,
And all you hear from the dark cloud is ah.
Like yelling,
Yes.
like ah.
Yeah, like Alara, she can't see. I know what she's feeling. All you hear is
and then Very runs out of the darkness.
Yes.
Valerius just throws his hands up. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is
She
happening?
was scaring me, so I tried to steal Abby because she can't see in there, but Abby just grabbed onto her tentacles, went all the way up her shoulders, or all the way up her arm to her shoulder, and grabbed onto her.
I fucked something up. I'm hearing you guys echo so much, so I'll be right back.
Okay, okay.
This is an impromptu advertisement for Pinky Pact while we wait for our DM to return.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm
subscribe.
Valerius. Welcome to Ithithondra. You're probably wondering how we got here. NordVPN.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say it. We're not
I know.
sponsored by
No, no,
anything.
no,
We're not
we're
sponsored by anything.
I heard everything that you said. Turns out that I just had accidentally opened a second window up.
Oh.
Okay. Continue.
So I don't think that we can
Abby, it's okay. Abby, it's okay. Abby, it's okay.
grab Abby from her. But also now I just tried to take Abby away from her, so when I take the darkness away, I don't know what'll happen.
Guys, where are you?
Oh, fuck.
Abby, it's
Oh,
okay.
fuck.
Abby, it's okay.
I
Abby, it's
can-
okay.
Oh, shit.
Point someone in the direction of her that's stronger than me.
I'm
but
going in.
You won't be able to.
Fuck.
But what am I? What's gonna happen if I do grab it? Then what? What was your plan after that? Just run?
To run and put it in the bag.
Okay,
She knows it's
I
in
just-
the bag, right?
I just want to remind everybody we had this discussion in the murder house. Alara said that the only thing that can happen is to pass the attunement of Abby to someone else. You all know this. We had this discussion.
Hmm.
Yeah, Dax
Um,
offered to take it from her, and she said no.
Correct.
If nobody's actively trying to take Abby from you at the moment, Alara, then Abby is just a cute little plush that's listing slightly, and it's just like, that hurt.
Please don't do that again. Please don't do it again. And then she takes Abby and puts her back in her own bag. While still standing in this black cloud of darkness that she can't see out of.
Guys, who turned out the lights?
I'm gonna walk
The goggles, they do
Boasty
nothing.
in towards her. So now I no longer see Abby out.
Correct.
And is your bag just a regular bag, or is it like a
Yeah, no,
like a
just a
okay.
just a normal old bag.
As they're walking up to the darkness, I'm going to do an emboldening bond on Vosti, very delirious.
Okay. Can I, to make it fair, do a perception check to try to notice if, like, her belongings on her, it seems like she put it in her bag.
I mean, Alara wasn't hiding that she put it in her bag.
I wasn't looking.
Oh, okay.
For free, you see that Alara is no longer holding on to, like, her hands are empty of any Abby. The only other place she could really put Abby on her person is in her bag, and
Okay.
that's it.
I'll walk Vosti over and try to grab her bag, but also put his hand on it.
Ooh.
So that he can grab it, because he's stronger than me, and I will lose if we do contested strength.
Alara, your siblings are attempting to pickpocket you.
And I don't know that it's them, do I?
Nope.
I probably would say, okay, so here's what I want to do. If she puts my hand on her bag, I'm gonna ask if I can do something a little extra. When having the experience of being a bouncer at a tavern, there are moments where you need to disarm and grapple someone who might be carrying things that are loose, and you can use it to your advantage. And I feel like I want to try and use the bag's strap to sort of wrap her and into like sort of a bear hug, so that she can't reach out her arms or try and strike or pull away or whatever.
Okay.
But keeping a hand on the bag the whole time.
Okay. You are being grappled, Alara, so we'll go ahead and have you guys do competing athletics checks to see how effective this is.
What did your thing give me? Did it give me something for this?
Oh,
A
1d4.
D4.
Yeah, I don't even know why I'm rolling this.
No, you could. Oh. Well.
Have you
are
said
grappled.
Have you said anything to this point?
So at the same time, I think once I probably have her closer to me, I will say, Alara, it's Vosti.
What the fuck are you doing? Get off of me!
Listen. We all have talked about it, and we feel like Abby is influencing you in a nefarious manner. And so we are asking you to allow us to take her from you until we can figure out what to do.
Does he have the bag?
Yeah, I have the bag in my
Can I
hands.
take it?
For sure. The bag?
I can see everything that's happening, so
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would see it in your hand. And I would, like, grab your arm first and then take the bag.
I don't know what's going to happen when you do that. I already told you that the only way to get rid of her is to pass her off to somebody else. I don't know if you taking this is going to pass her to you and then you're going to be stuck with this.
Well, then we'll figure it out after that. But right now, you're not yourself.
Take the bag.
Trying
and I
to
run
do is say just
Valerius.
leave her in my bag and now you're taking things from me.
Wait, what did you say, Kenna?
I'm running to Valerius with her bag.
Okay.
What did something happen with Alara when she's a distance away from the doll?
It's dark. You don't know.
I
Well,
can
no, I mean
see-
like I have her wrapped up though. Like I'm talking like, is she experiencing any? I know she's pissed off, but like, is she like suddenly turning hot, shuddering, getting stronger?
I grow tentacles.
Yeah, right, like that kind of thing.
She's the amulet now.
Alara, at this point, because they've gone to these extremes, like, what is she feeling? Like, does she just want to keep the burden of Abby, or is she just like, fuck it, fine, whoever takes her, takes her. I'm not going to deal with the consequences. Or where is she right now?
She's pissed because she's already told them she wouldn't let Dakin take this burden from her. It's her burden, and now her siblings are trying to give that to herself, and she loves her siblings. She is so pissed that they're doing this to her right now.
You say that?
Well, I mean, she basically just said that before when you were trying to convince her that, hey, we need to take it because Abby's bad.
Do you
She's
remember
angry.
who found
I am gonna
Abby?
do something when she gets the bag to me, but I'm gonna let you guys finish.
Oh.
talking first.
Open the
No,
bag.
just,
of
you go ahead. Go
holding.
ahead. Just this is all happening at the same time. But
Okay.
Do you remember what happened? Or do you remember who found Abby first?
Well, Pill came to you and told you about the contest, and then she was on the shelf, and I saw her first on the shelf. I knew that that's what it was.
To be fair, I carried Abby for a little while. I just didn't talk to her.
When did you carry her?
Yeah, I don't recall you
Beginning.
carrying her either, because I won her, and it came directly to me after winning the competition.
And the object
Oh, and
itself
she just
forces
set it
an
on the-
attunement.
Oh, I
Mhm.
thought I had it in my pocket for a little bit.
Mm-mm. It has been like a bajillion years since that
Okay,
occurred.
scratch all of that. I have a new thing I was gonna say.
Do you remember
Okay.
what came to me and told me to put Abby in the ocean?
No?
It was a fairy. And fairies are known to be tricksters. And
Don't
potentially,
disagree.
it was influenced by Abby. I don't think
is-
it's for good reason.
I don't think you understand why I'm trying to shoulder this. I know that it's bad. Abby's not making me evil or bad or whatever you think she's making me. I'm trying to keep whatever she is from affecting you and Vary and Valerius and Dakin.
Well, we're asking you to let us help you carry the load. Because you're not in this on your own.
I'm going to interrupt. What are Vary and Valerius and Dakin doing?
So the minute that she gets the bag to me, Valerius takes it in one hand, and his other hand pulls the house from like off like the inside of his like armor or whatever, like where he has it on him, puts it in Vary's hand, and he's going to bamf himself into the house. Drop the bag in the middle of the room and then try to bamf out. I don't know if that's too much to do in one situation, so however long that takes, that's what he's trying to do.
Sure. But I'm committing you to these actions. You cannot stop these actions.
Yes.
Vosti, you no longer have Alara in your hands.
What?
Valerius, right before you bamf out,
fuck.
you see Alara drop into the space in front of you, next to the bag. Alara, you are now alone inside of the tiny house.
Vosti will walk out of the darkness
I'll drop the darkness if he walks out.
Yeah.
Is she alone or am I there with her?
No,
Like,
you
I don't
left.
know
The
okay,
second
okay.
that you dropped the bag, you bamfed out.
Okay.
So I'm in the tiny house by myself with my bag.
Yes.
Okay.
She's not here.
So the minute like I pop out, she was. How did she get? She was in there. How did you?
Nope,
Like
I
he
had
looks
her.
wildly confused.
She just disappeared out of my arms. I don't
The minute
know.
I dropped the bag, she was inside, and then I left as it was like a fraction of a second. As I blinked, she was in there.
She's in
She's
the
still
house.
in there. She's still in there. How is she in there?
I don't know. Should we?
Well, hold on. Let's think about this. She's very upset. And it feels like Abby probably sucked her in. Don't know how. Okay, we might have to come at this in a different angle, but with the same goal. Well, I think the way she's talking to me, and that she told us before, but just now she told me that she's very keen on.
We should have put it in the bag of holding. Oh, do you think she would have gone?
Yes. If you say that out loud, he would have gone yes.
No, she
and-
was saying this out loud.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, she probably would have.
Eh.
Fucking glad we didn't try to burn it. Okay, we need to do something. Do we go in there with her? What do we do here? Because like you said, we can't. We have to do this different way.
Back in?
Clearly, it's having some sort of effect on her. Vosti, you said that she's arguing that she needs to keep it specifically?
Mm-hmm. That she's protecting us from it.
That can be true, and it can also be affecting her.
Man, I wish I was at a library.
Well, another thing to consider is that it might be exerting influence on her, but it might not necessarily be like controlling her. Like she might just regard it as a friend. I don't know. I don't know. I was kind of overhearing a little bit of the yelling. It was hard to make out what she was saying.
She was really suspicious of you guys. Kind of my fault, but it was freaking me out.
I mean, she can't get out of there right now, right?
Not until I go in and bring her out, which I don't
Correct,
think she's
but
going
I
to be
don't
super
wanna-
jazzed
I don't want
about.
to trap her for forever.
No,
Well, no.
of course.
No. We're going to have to go in there.
And I can stay out here. It's fine.
Well, I mean, someone's going to, unless we want to give it to Skiv Rocks and go have him perch up on a tree.
No, that's okay. I can stay out here.
All right.
I'll come in with you.
You want to go, Vosti?
I don't know.
You
It
can
wouldn't
stay
be
with
hard for me to come out and grab you. So,
Cool.
okay. Me and Dak in then. All right. The Bamf us both in. Did she piss on my bed?
Okay, man.
Serves you right.
Did she
She's
ink on
sitting-
my bed?
Barry is the one that made the darkness. Silly.
When you guys come in, she's sitting in one of the chairs by the fireplace with like sitting sideways in the chair, you know, with her legs draped over the arm of the chair with their bag in her lap.
Mm-hmm.
Just sitting there. Unless Gwen says otherwise.
No, that seems fine.
You're actually so floating above the kitchen counter, and
You're
your head's
actually an
spinning
actor.
180.
She has grown tentacles. She's on the ceiling.
I'm speaking in tongues.
Oh God.
So is this how you deal with me? You just send me into the house.
Well, that actually wasn't the plan. That kind of just happened.
So you're making plans that involve me without telling me.
Okay, first off, to say that we made a plan is really stretching it. Kind of, again, just happened. The point is, there's something seriously go wrong that we need to deal with.
I don't disagree, and I've been saying that since we found out from Naira what Abby is.
Yes. Then why were you... He looks like he's like trying to like find words. He stops, he like bites his tongue for a second. If you knew, and I know you've been saying this, but if you knew it was this bad, then why were you so weird with us when we were saying, let's put it in the bag?
Because I can tell you're trying to take it. And what have I told you in the past
No, we weren't
about
trying
what
to take it.
happens?
We weren't trying to take it away. We were trying to... I wanted to say something, but if this thing could hear us... At this point, no pun intended, the fucking cat's out of the bag. It's listening to us regardless. I didn't want to say what I wanted to say in front of it. That's why. We weren't trying to take it away from you, to permanently take it away from you. We were trying to, like, earmuff the damn thing.
And I said I would put it in my bag with my things and we could come in the house and talk about it.
Yeah, but if I put a bag over your head, but I still talk out loud, you can still hear me. That's what would... You know?
I didn't say that I was bringing my bag with me.
But then why did you say,
Okay,
no,
to be
just kidding?
clear, that was very unclear.
There's a lot of unclearness happening here.
But even then, why did, when we recommended that, either way, whether we go in the house and leave it here or bring it in the house and we stay out there, why did you go, nope, just kidding, on second thought, like, why?
I felt like it was a bad idea. That's all I can say.
Felt like it was a bad idea because you felt like it, or it was just a snap, nope, I don't want to do that.
It
'Cause
felt like a bad idea.
When you say it felt like a bad idea, explain that to me.
The DM told me it felt like a bad idea.
No, that's fine.
I don't know. I just got this vibe. It just felt like it was a bad idea. I can't expound upon that. I don't know what else you want me to say.
Here's what I'm going to say.
I am more
really
than willing to take care of this situation, and
No,
she
I know.
motions
It's
at
just-
her bag.
it's-
But we
I
are
know.
going about it the wrong way.
Yeah, I know. I don't think there's a right way to go about this. I can't really keep you... I can't say what I'm going to say without it hearing. It's going to hear it anyway. We're kind of outside of this realm at this point. Do you know... Well, no, you didn't know, because you had... In Aboleth...
Wait 1 second.
He'd, like, mouth open, hand up, stop, turn to look at Dakin.
Laura,
Dakin.
I'm gonna stand right here. And you put your bag on the counter. Neither of us will move.
She gets up, walks over, puts the bag on the counter,
Come back over here, please.
goes back over here.
I cast silence on the bag.
You cast silence on the bag.
Any creature within the silence should be deafened.
You cast silence on the bag.
Go ahead.
He kind of clears his throat, kind of like
It's
adjust himself a little bit to
telepathic.
kind of...
It might not matter.
Oh my fucking god!
At
is
that
it
point,
not
there's
the
nothing
bag?
we can...
Are you fucking?
What?
Why does my brain immediately go, it's not in the fucking bag? The way that Gwen said, you cast silence on the bag. And he's like, yeah, everything inside the silence thing, you can't hear it, Stefan. You cast silence on the bag. It's the bag! It's in her back pocket or something!
Okay. We don't know that.
I
We
mean,
have no
do
idea.
I-
it's
do
all
I-
bad,
We have
it's
no
all
idea.
bad, it's
We have
all
no idea. So
Well, no. I mean, I would know if I have the octopus
I just
stuff
hate how
all
she
on my
said it.
person.
As far as you know, the octopus is in the bag.
silence in the bag. I was like, oh.
Gwen knew she was
Semantics.
gonna make us paranoid as fuck.
You see?
Squid's out of the bag, folks.
Okay, all right. He kind of adjusts himself a little, try to calm himself down to not be as like aggressive, quote unquote. An aboleth is a type of creature known as an aberration. They are not of this world. There are many kinds, but aboleths specifically are immensely old, immensely powerful. They have capabilities to enthrall people, for lack of better terms. So when you started being really defensive about Abby, my immediate fear was that it had this hold on you. Whether how deep or rooted that is, none of us know. That's
No,
why we had
we
to do what we
don't.
had to. Yes.
We've known since the beginning that this was some bad something. We've known since the beginning that we needed to get rid of it. We've known that if I try to hand it off to or the only way for me to get rid of it is to hand off its connection to someone else. I wouldn't let him do it, and she points at Dakin, and I'm not going to let any of you do it because that's not fair to you just because I want to get rid of it.
Well, up
So-
until this point, we've thought it's just been a bad juju doll that was given to us by a fairy. The fact that it is an aboleth is a whole different game. A whole different
I'm still
ballgame.
wanting to handle the situation.
I know.
Whatever that may be. But you can't just all dogpile on me. I don't know what happened in the street, but all of a sudden I'm standing there and there's this big darkness cloud, and all of a sudden Abby's crawling up my arm and clinging on for dear life, yelling no, 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 no in my head. And then
Right.
she slithers back down and she's like, ow, that hurt. You can't
Okay.
come at me like that. We
Well,
need
first
to
off-
be
first off-
together
first off,
about this.
I didn't come at you like that, so let's just get that out of the way really quick. I know,
Well,
I
I
know
don't
you're
know
not
who.
saying you are. I'm letting you know that that was not me. I was on the sidelines when everything happened. So, to say that we all dogpiled you isn't fair. If anything, the only person that hasn't done anything at all is Dakin.
Aye.
God damn
She
it, not
waved.
do it again.
So,
Continue.
we need to figure out how to do something with this. Now we know what we're dealing with. Now we know it has way more of a hold on you than we thought. Because when you were in that darkness, the bag got handed off to me. I went to bring it into the house thinking it would sever whatever connection. And you appeared with the bag.
So you didn't bring me in here. Well,
No, not knowingly. That's why I said it was a byproduct. That in and of itself scares me. I did
not
not
ideal.
purposely. Yes, that's.
you wanted to put it in the bag with the
We're not talking about that right now. I understand. I get it. I get
if
it.
you would have put
I know.
Laura.
Just saying. If I had put it in the ocean, I would have released an Eldritch Horror out onto the world. I get it. I fucking get it. We're past that.
Elora, can you make an insight roll?
I love you, Ari.
I did not say the bag with the pearl. Put some fucking respect on my name. I literally said the other one.
Okay. There's two things that become clear to you with that insight roll.
Here it comes.
I'm dead.
The first one
It's in your back pocket.
is Abby is going, I don't like him. Not nice in your head.
Yep.
The second thing is Abby's interactions with you were not this strong when you first took her on. And she has been building a connection with you over time. Considering your nature as a werewolf, it might be safer to consider handing her off.
She, like, squints and shakes her head a little bit. Whatever we're gonna do, we need to do it, and we need to do it soon.
I agree, but this is kind of what I was talking with the others about, is I don't know how we're going to deal with it, because you're saying, and again, believe you, it's passing it off as you pass it off, but how do we pass it off without sticking it to somebody else? Again, I don't think that's a thought really I should say out loud, but I don't even think I really have one. I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry that all went down that way. Probably was the wrong way, but we kind of... It's different when it's us. One of us. You.
You were probably just trying to solve the situation in the moment. Last minute thoughts. I get it. I don't think I'm beyond my own thoughts and consciousness right now.
Well, I think the fact
But
that
I
you're
don't
saying
know-
you want to deal with it shows that.
But I don't know how much longer that's going to be the case. As Naira told us when we first found her, that it just takes time to get to know her. And so it's clear it's going to get worse the longer that it goes on.
Have you noticed that it has gotten worse as time has gone on with you? How long have you had it again?
Since
Okuba.
So that's in-game how long ago?
Including the time skip?
Not including the time skip. Let's just...
Does the time
Not
skip
including
count?
the time skip.
We
If
don't
you
know.
perceive it, yeah.
Okay.
we were in Okuba on 27 Rileyus.
Yeah.
That's the day
so
we
it's
arrived.
been a month. Like a month and a half altogether because of you guys sort of rolling back the extra week that you were there. 2.5 months if you have any reason to believe that this link was that this link that was building between between Abby and Alara was building for the period of time that you guys experienced as the next day, but a whole month had gone by when the flicker happened. So somewhere between a month and a half to 2 months.
And have you been feeling it get worse?
Today's the first day that I felt anything different.
So then maybe till we figure it out, we need to like cycle it between us. I don't know if that sounds too dangerous or not, but like you said, if longer it goes, worse off for the person that it's attached to.
I, not Abby, I think that's a terrible idea.
So
Just
then
switch
what-
it off between us is a bad idea.
What happens if I switch it off to you and you... I don't know what's going to happen. Something happens and you decide not to allow it, and then something happens and then there's a breakout of some sort and things escalate to 20 the first time it gets passed off to one of you.
What if it takes over you completely?
What if you have 2 days left before you're enslaved by it forever?
Then we better get somewhere and find out how to solve this today.
We don't even know what created this thing that has this creature trapped. There's probably some convoluted wizard bullshit that we have to do in order to destroy it, like with the pearl.
I could go try to
We can't
talk to
just go to
somebody.
a library and find out how to destroy this specific item. You only have a week and a half.
Well, debatable. And then she like taps her pendant.
Fuck, guys. What if we went and spoke to the Oracle about it? Two birds.
They might have some information.
It's the only other person.
Maybe
I
they can
think
divine
of.
it for us.
Yeah.
I do want to remind everyone that we know about the Oracle because of Abby.
And also
Not saying-
4 other people.
Yeah.
Like, Naira tried to figure out what Abby was, and then that's when she gave us the prophecy.
I mean, like I said, these things are old. It's not too outside of the realm of possibility that it's... Yeah, never mind. I think we should probably go and try to speak with the Oracle. Soon. Like, now.
Agreed.
Go and bamf out and tell the others real quick, pull you all out. How do... Wait here for a second.
Depends on how much you trust me.
He would walk, close the distance between him and her, and hug her.
She just closes her, like, for a second, she's super, super tense. And then she just, like, closes her eyes and collapses into the hug.
I snap her neck. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my
Gives
god.
her a squeeze. He gives her a squeeze before letting go. I'll be
My
right
like
back.
stomach dropped even though I knew it was a joke.
Just like,
I was like, oh my
Empty-
god.
Valerius
Empty spot at the
turns
table.
slowly to.
He turns to
Hi,
the
guys.
camera and he goes, Oathbreaker, baby.
What did you-
And the episode ends.
Puts on a
What
pair of
did you
pit
say,
vipers.
Posty?
I said empty spot at the table. Just turn the plate over.
Jesus.
I
He
Get more
turns and
space
looks
to
at-
spread out.
Valerius turns to Dakin and says, "No curse survives death."
Yeah. He turned and looked at Dak and, do you want to stay in here with her or do you want to come out with me?
Meanwhile,
Come on.
outside, we're talking about it's maybe it's this big and I don't know. It's,
Hey,
I
what?
think we can take it.
I don't know.
What did Dakin say?
I'll come out with you.
Alright.
I
Be
just
right
don't
back, Alara.
I just don't think that
Boom.
Oh. Hey.
Oh. I was just telling her I think we can take it. I'm telling you.
That's crazy.
What do you mean? We've fought worse, probably.
do-
This thing's
Okay.
like the size of 2 whales.
Well, there's 5 of us.
What do we do when everyone
6.
becomes a thrall?
That's, well, hopefully we're not going to get
Is
to
that a
that
thing?
point. We all just spoke inside. Well, the 3 of us just spoke inside.
Mhm.
It definitely has a kind of a hold on her. I personally, I feel like it is a suggestive manner, like it's whispering in her ear. It doesn't have a full autonomy over her, but it does have a hold. As we can tell, you said it went up her arm. It clearly pulled her inside somehow. So
You know.
there is
how
a connection.
long-
Hmm?
How long until the suggestions are so strong that she has to do what Abby wants?
That is
and
that is
Abby
exactly
Suggestions
what that
turn
decides,
to demands.
Abby decides these people tried to take you away from me. Get rid of them, and then we can go to the ocean.
That is exactly what Dakin said, which is why we need to try to handle this as quickly as possible. I think we continue on with what we are going to do today, but with just a new question and go speak with the Oracle.
Or
We have to leave town, head north to find her.
pyromancer.
I
No,
don't think burning.
I don't think that's a good
burn
idea,
the
only
doll.
because she went into the house with it somehow being nowhere near it. So we don't know if
Oh.
damaging Abby damages her.
What if we try and burn it and it teleports her in front of the fire?
Yeah, I think that would make the whole situation worse. And
Wouldn't be good.
I didn't make it great to begin with, but also
Well, it was
she
a
was
plan.
really freaking me out. No, I didn't plan that. She was freaking me out.
Well, it was an improvisation.
Sometimes when I get anxiety, my first impulse is to cast darkness, and if everybody would think back to that time where we were sneaking around in the woods and those
yeah.
people were like, "We're gonna kill you," and then I went, "Oh my god," and cast darkness.
We kind of touched on that with her. We kind of smoothed that out. I think she understands that we kind of panicked. I didn't want to say we panicked for my own pride, but we reacted instead of
Maybe
responded.
we just don't talk about the darkness again.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
I don't know. It's pretty cool in that darkness.
So
When I guided you, when I was holding your hand.
Mary can tell you, I grappled her pretty
Oh, yeah.
awesomely.
They did a
It was
really
impressive.
awesome hug.
okay.
Do you think Oracle knows disintegrate?
Oh,
What if it disintegrates? Laura.
Her?
That's,
maybe
No.
but the Oracle maybe would know.
Yeah,
Oracle might
let's-
know if that's a good idea or not. That's true.
Just a thought. Just a
But
thought.
if
All right.
I
Okay.
get a cryptic riddle about how I've got to get
Oh, God.
7 arms of 7
Right.
different tiny dwarves, and then I've got to get 16 eyeballs from this, and then I can
Across
put them
7
all
do
continents.
something to
together.
get the answer.
I can put them
yeah.
all together and then set them on fire, and then Abby will be taking. I will
Mhm.
start crying.
This is what I was saying when we were in the tiny house. Is it's gonna be some fucked up, convoluted wizard bullshit.
I think we
Alright.
give her the pearl for the disintegration of Abby.
You don't want to know what's so funny?
Maybe we don't give anyone the pearl.
Right.
You want to
I
know
think
what's so
maybe we
funny
don't
about
tell
all this?
people we have the pearl. Yeah, what's funny?
Or Abby.
Specifically with what Dakin just said about convoluted wizard bullshit. When
Uh-huh.
you were all and he kind of like puts his hand up to his head and does like a spirally like out of her mind type thing, and you didn't remember who or what you were. You said something once that like stuck in my head of you saying, "I wanted to be a wizard, but I couldn't." And then he reaches into his bag and pulls out the just regular wand that was Pernilia's. I was gonna get this like carved up, looking all pretty, and give it to you and say, "Hey, if this is for the wizard that you could have been, and still can be someday." I don't like wizards anymore. I hate this shit. I want to go back to cleaning my temple. I want to go home.
That is, it's confirmation. You're all witnesses. The only
It's part of it.
cleans.
It's just part of it. Anyway, okay, all right. I'm gonna go back in there.
Wait, so I can't have it?
He hands the wand over to her,
I take it.
pulls his hand back.
What
Is
wand
everyone-
is it?
It's just a wand that can be used as a spell focus. There's nothing special
I
about
put
it
in
other
my
than
bag.
that. There. Do we want to have her walk with us, or do we want to keep her in the house?
I don't
She's
think
not an
it's a
animal.
prison. Well,
I
yeah,
know.
she's-
I'm just asking. I don't want to pull her out and be like, "Why did you bring her out?" You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm
it's
losing my
fine.
shit
Pull her
right now.
out.
I
Plus,
think
I
we
can
should-
just re-grapple her in the most awesome way
Okay.
imaginable.
Okay, all right. If
I
shit
think
hits the
we should
fan,
sort
Skid
of
Rocks you go for
earn
her
back-
ankles, and I bamf into the house.
Okay, there he goes. I think we probably owe it to her to earn back a little bit of goodwill since we kind of jumped her and robbed her.
Well,
We is a strong word
I
there.
wouldn't
but-
say
Well, we
that-
did.
I wouldn't say it was a group effort. I would
I wouldn't
say that, but also like it's about perspective. I think.
hmm What's a robbing between
no, no.
siblings, anyways?
Okay, that's not what I'm
Often
trying
the
to
end
say.
of the relationship.
Hold on. That's
Child's
not what I'm trying to
goods.
say. I'm not trying to downplay feeling bad about it if it happens to you. However, if it comes from a place of I love you so much, I don't want this thing controlling you, I think maybe you can use that perspective to look at it a little bit
Right.
differently.
I
I
think
don't
it's a pass.
disagree. We did jump her in the dark.
Valerius, are you just grabbing Alara and
I
popping
could
back
see
out?
the whole time.
Yeah, I'd pop in and be like, "All right, you ready
The
to go?"
details.
Yep, I'll grab the bag, sling it over my shoulder.
All right, yep. Let's boot, scoot, and boogie. There's no place like home. And bring her out.
The second you guys bamf in, Skivrox goes, "Grr," and like tackles her ankles because that's the only part of this that he was listening to.
Skivrox, what are you?
What are you doing?
You're
Oh,
doing
Steve
nothing.
said,
No, I didn't. What? I didn't say.
I thought that was me. I didn't say anything.
Okay, I can confirm that Boasty did not say to do anything.
I don't know. I was looking at my
Skivrox.
shirt and then somebody said I should grab her ankles.
Pyromancy.
That's what you do to
that.
everybody.
Nobody said
I need
that.
you-
Literally no one said
I
that.
said that. I said that. I'll admit it.
I need
said that.
you to
Oh yeah,
pay
it was
attention
definitely Valerius. That's right.
20% more, Skivrox.
He gets us
20%
mixed
more
up.
paying attention, or I will have to straighten your curly shoes.
Oh,
By the way, just to be specific, it's pyroconverger, not pyromancer. My apologies.
I thought you had a whole wizard.
I need you to take this thought and really compartmentalize this one just for a little bit, brother, please.
He's
So
not even
you
saying
guys-
it with an accent because he's laughing so hard.
the plan is to go to the Oracle.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna catch up a little bit because I want you guys to get here, or at least as far as you can
Oh
get.
yeah, we haven't gotten to the surprise ending.
Oh
Yeah.
shit, that's right.
We're-
The announcement.
So you guys make your way out of the gates, and people point you in the direction that you need to go. But also, Dakin, you very specifically like sort of feel there is a direction that you are heading because there is a place that used to be held sacred to Lemoneth nearby, and you eventually come to a place that is sort of away from the hustle and bustle and further up the river from where the dam is, and you recognize that the placement of the dam flooded out this temple, so the temple couldn't be used anymore because it is now submerged underwater. But overlooking it is this little bubble.
Whoa.
And sort of beyond this bubble, you can see just like very faintly the outline of a cabin. But it does seem like it's got some sort of magical field around it. As you guys approach, a tiny little spark of orange light sort of breaks free from all of the other swirling colors of this field and expands and swirls and twirls around itself until it creates like this tiny little being, like a little humanoid being that seems to be made of just glowing orange light. And it sort of zips through the air towards you guys and then just sort of like bows. And then is sort of hovering in the air but bowed, like leant forward in a bow.
I bow.
I bow.
I curtsy bow.
Way cuter. than-
Bow.
He moves his head a little.
Skivrox like flourishes his hand in a big circle and then bows. Have you come to see the Oracle?
Yes.
Yes.
In what order are you standing?
I feel like
I
we're
feel like
kind
I'm
of side by side,
Yeah.
but not
Okay.
all the way through.
Maybe we're in the order that all of the images are on the string.
Yes.
Oh,
Val,
Perfect.
Bavo, Elara, Dakin.
unless Dax was gonna say something different.
I was kind of leading the way here to find the temple,
Sure.
so I would probably be near the front.
Okay, then it's Dak and Alara, Vosti, Vay, Val.
Reverse order, baby.
No, I'm not saying that we're in a
Yeah.
line.
No, no,
I'm
yeah.
just
no,
saying,
it's
like,
side by side. I think.
side by side, and then maybe Dakin is like just a little
the-
bit ahead, but
Right, a
still
few
on
steps
that
ahead.
side of the group.
Yeah, I would
This-
agree.
This little orange being flies up to Dakin. Who?
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 Is an owl somewhere around here?
I think he's asking like who you.
The Dusk Watch.
Oh,
Say
Duskwatch.
the cool name. Oh,
He says the Duskwatch?
Yeah.
Dakin disappears.
Oh.
The little person flies in front of Alara. What?
Oh,
Talk?
Gwen?
What?
She laughing? Oh, she said talk.
It said what?
It repeated what after I said talk?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
asking questions.
Help?
The Oracle?
The little orange creature moves in front of Vosti. What?
Oh. Do you think it wants to know what we are? Or what we're here for?
Just give an answer.
I feel like
If
that's a
we're all gonna move
why.
Just
on.
answer, just answer.
Friends.
What?
Fuck.
No, don't say that.
No.
He would say that. Ooh.
I haven't seen her first.
The Oracle thick as hell, dude.
Tiefling.
The little person flies in front of Very.
Damn it.
What?
Fuck. Horrible at this.
Assistance.
Very gets disappeared.
It's the same thing that Alora said. That's ridiculous. Talk. Assistance. Alora, I'm on your side. I think that your answer was satisfactory.
Thanks, brother.
Hilarious.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
The little creature flies in front of you and says, "Where?"
Inside would be
He
great.
got the easy one. Alora, I'm gonna get fucked.
You know, inside, wherever you are, to, you know, it's wherever your most comfortable.
Where?
Wait, you said where? Oh, it's
Mhm.
again. Here. I don't-
He said here, I don't know.
He said here. Yeah.
Okay. The little ember flies down to Skiv Rocks and says, "Where?" And he goes, home? And then Skiv Rocks disappears.
What?
Oh.
That's ridiculous.
Fuck.
That's ridiculous.
Alara, it addresses you again. When?
Oh,
Now.
I mean,
Alara gets disappeared.
That's crazy. That's the easy. It's the
cra-
easiest one. That's the
the
easiest one.
It's the easiest one.
I mean,
I'm
I-
gonna get
Guys,
fucking...
get in here! The
What am I
Oracle's so
getting?
bodacious!
Oh my god, she's got a big thick ass!
Holy shit, it's big and juicy!
God damn it! Ask me why. Wait,
Vosti
what do
gets
you-
asked, why?
I knew it. Oh no, because she said for assistance.
You just asked it. You just asked it to ask you why. You don't have a why.
I mean, I thought maybe it was the same. We need help.
It moves to Valerius.
Fuck.
Why?
We can't do it on our own.
Valerius disappears.
This is ridiculous. There's no more questions.
There's no more questions. You've asked it all.
It goes back to Boasty and says, "How?"
How? You.
How?
Oh, I'm just gonna fucking wait outside at this point. How? What? The Oracle's all powerful, and anything that we ask of her, if she deems it necessary to help us, she will do so because she is all powerful and omniscient and kind.
Boasty gets bamfed inside.
It's as easy as that, everyone.
Can I
It's as
imagine,
easy as
in my head, he came in, he's still listing off reasons like that.
What everybody else sees as they
Ooh.
get
I'm just-
bamfed in.
Sad none of us got to hear Vosti say omnipotent.
Yeah,
I really
was really
fumbled that
good.
word.
that was so good.
Omnipotent.
The landscape is filled with fireflies, buzzing all around you guys, and the stars in the sky are just—it's like a blanket, and the only place that you don't see the stars is where the silhouette of the mountain sort of cuts off the sky. But everything to the east of you, just for as far as the eye can see, is just stars and stars and stars. No moons. You recognize that you are not in a place that is in the natural world anymore. There is a little bit of smoke trailing away from the cabin, and one of the little embers, the fireflies sort of turns back into the little being, and it says, "This way," and sort of gestures before sort of flurrying off and becoming just a little spark of orange light again. The door opens, and inside, you are greeted by the Oracle. And for as far as the eyes can see, when you look into her gaze, all you see are stars. And we will find out what you ask of her next time.
I have one very important clarifying question.
You may.
How many C's?
Yeah, before we fade to the credits, he looks over at the rest of them and he says, "Wood."
Oh my god.
You asked outside the bubble, I answered inside the bubble, so to speak.
You guys have completed the first arc of the story.
Ooh.
Does that mean
Ooh.
This is a major milestone that requires, for everything that comes after, major heroes.
what is about to happen?
When you guys come back next week, please make sure that you are level 9.
Ooh.
Oh my
yeah,
Let's
nine?
go.
Whoa.
9?
Nine.
9.
Hell yeah.
Wow, okay. Fuck.
Oh my
Hell
god.
yeah.
Money.
That's a new spell level. Where my casters at?
Get some,
Hey.
get some
Woo.
hypes in the
I think I
chat,
get
y'all.
a spell. I think I get a spell.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know.
you're a half caster. You get you get thirds now, I think. Or
I think so.
I'm doing it
Guys, that
now.
was such a fun game. That was so
so
fun.
boy.
fun. I'm so sorry for psychologically torturing Alara.
Here we come.
No, I absolutely love it. Like,
I literally was like, I want to do this because I know that my character would do this, but I don't want to do this also because it's so shitty.
no, do the things. Like, no, do the things. Do the things.
Do the things.
Do the things.
I was sitting there before I said it, and I was like, "It is a squid thing. Abby's probably short for like maybe it's like a name of a aboleth. Holy fuck!"
Yeah.
And then
I
I,
thought
was
the
just
same
like,
thing.
"Hey, Alara, is Abby short?"
No,
for
as soon as you said, is
something?"
Abby short for anything, I went, holy fuck,
Yeah.
no
It's
way.
so bad. I can't believe I didn't think about it.
The fact that we've been carrying this motherfucker around for a month and a half. Anytime it rained.
If I had a
You know,
nickel for
like,
every
if
time
you
we
think about
accidentally
it,
carried an aboleth around,
if
I'd have
I
2
didn't-
nickels.
If
Which is a
I
lot.
didn't go, what are you attuned to? We would not have had that conversation.
If I had a nickel for every time, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
It's weird it happened twice.
Let me do.
Oh my god.
Alara, what is your constitution? Your modifier, sorry.
+4.
Oh, are you gonna roll?
Thank you. I'm doing your rolls here real quick.
Oh yeah.
We can close out unless you guys want to have the chat see the results of these
Nah,
I'ma
they'll
keep
be
my stuff secret.
surprised.
Yeah.
things. Okay.
Bye,
Thanks
Bye,
so
chat.
much, chat. Thanks for
Bye,
all of the
chat.
resub.
I love you.
Osub, thank you
Thanks
so
for
much
modding.
for your modding. Really
Yes.
appreciate you guys.
Kiss
See you
you on the
next week.
mouth.
Are you gonna say it? Oh, you didn't say it.
Fuck, I forgot.
Oh shit. Okay, mutes us.
What are you gonna say?